there is a reasonable percentage chance of a genocide when a, a radical, fervent leader who embraces big lies has an entire propaganda wing with them and aims all of your problems at my ancestors. We can take women's rights away, we can take voting rights away, we can take free speech and school rights away. We can take away your driving privileges. We can keep you from getting a license. But like guns that kill kids, that's the hill you guys draw the line. That's your moral high ground where you stand on that hill. And nobody makes you own it. What is wrong with this? Why are you more afraid of workers owning the means of production or reducing the exploitation of Americans for the sake of the rich? Why are you willing to take the moral high ground on the genocide weapon? You are morally outraged if your tax dollars will go to sandwiches for school kids. But where are you when your tax dollars go to pay for a cop shooting settlement or a misconduct settlement? Where are you when faulty ammo is sold to the military? Where are you when Elon and Bezos get billions of dollars of tax breaks? Where are you about your tax dollars going to something? What is wrong with you that your outrage is about a kid getting a sandwich or an education or a parent spending 4 weeks with their fucking brand new baby that you forced them to have? What is wrong with your moral stance that the high ground you take is guns over poverty or housing or it's fucking guns? Own it. Own that you don't give a fuck about kids or families because you won't give them parental leave. You won't fight for more wages because it'll hurt the businesses. You complain people won't work for a shitty fucking wage at shitty hours at an ice cream shop. Own it. You care about corporations and guns and power. You don't care about traditional families. You don't care about religion because if it's the wrong religion, it's okay for them to get Roblox. Own it. Say it with your chest. I don't care if kids get killed. As long as I can tell them what they can and can't say in school, I don't care. Ruling over them is more important than saving their lives. Own it. Say it with your fucking chest. Here's kind of the way I look at this. I heard Vosh talking to Rose Wrist about genocide, and I've heard a bunch of clips, and I've heard Vosh's fucking take is trash. Sorry, Vosh. Your take is trash. There is a likelihood of a genocide. There is. Is it like a government-sponsored genocide? No idea. Is it a genocide where people are rounded up into a camp and systemically Robloxed? I don't think so. But I would argue to say we have already experienced 2 genocides over the last 4 years, and we've ignored them. Now, for me, I'll define genocide as intentional actions or intentional inaction to address major systemic issues in our country that leads to thousands and thousands of deaths for the exact same reason. The two preventable ones I'm talking about are COVID and guns. And we know at least 200,000 American lives could have been saved with just different actions, right or left. I don't give a fuck. But we watched a genocide of 200,000 Americans. What was 9/11? 2,900, 3,000. So 175 times 9/11, and we just continue on our lives. And the other one is school kids being murdered. Yeah, we have a gun problem in America, but we have a real problem of those guns getting into schools and killing children. How many dead children constitutes a genocide? I guess if they were not all rounded up by the government, then that doesn't count. If there wasn't an order to go do it, it doesn't count. Well, one party specifically has been shooting down laws.
We killed the bill.
To save children for as long as I've been alive. So if we just look at the past 4 years and the acceleration of school shootings, how many children constitutes a genocide with your intentional inaction and obfuscation? Your media blitz, your Murdoch media blitz, your Bannon blitz, your NRA blitz, having a conference with the fascist ex-president, celebrating guns where violence just happened on the graves of children, while saying other people are making it political. So if we've already had those two genocides, what's to say you'll stop the next ones? That's the point Voss should have been making. Forget what should have happened in Germany. Forget what should have happened in the past. We've had 2 genocides in the last 4 years. And nobody's in the streets every day. Sure, there's like one person out there going, I am. We've watched 2 genocides. Who's going to stop the next one? Or are you going to be a good American neighbor? It's not happening to me, so yes, Vosh. There is the likely or plausible outcome of a genocide in our near future, especially if people that proved in 2020 that they were willing to overthrow democracy. Oh, you're just being sarcastic. Check out my fucking series, The Road to January 6th. It's on our YouTube. We've already covered 7 weeks. It's like 20 hours of content exposing the detailed plan. If you don't want to watch that, there's intros that'll give you 15 minutes. We'll show you there was a fucking coup. 147 people voted to still go on with the coup after the attack. Ooh, but it's just a day. Watch the fucking content. We've had 2 genocides, an attack on democracy, and we're not doing anything about it. So to believe that we can't move into authoritarian fascist territory by 2024 with people that are still in office that were willing to overthrow the government, you're missing everything. But boss, your fucking explanation was trash. Trash. What kind of conditions could lead to a genocide? Maybe like corporations getting away with price gouging and testing the limits of elasticity, while the Murdoch media machine and the GOP machine all say it's Biden's fault and they're the enemy and they hate you. So it's the people on the left that are making gas more expensive. It's the people on the left that are making it worse for you. It's the people on the left that are intentionally not letting us live on oil, and they're screwing you over and making your money go away. Every economic thing that is going wrong in your life is Joe Biden and the Democrats' fault. That's the narrative, right? I wonder if we could like go back and say that's ever like happened in the past. Like dear Americans, the reason you're struggling economically is because the globalists have taken over and they're replacing you in the workplace. That all of these problems that you're dealing with are from the globalists. And if you don't fight the globalists, you're not going to have a country anymore. And we need to take back our country from the globalists. So wouldn't you be justified to like kind of rig your little state election, county election system every here and there to say that, you know, this happened, this happened? Wouldn't you be willing to say that justifies the means? Because the globalists were taking your country and you need to take it back, or your way of life is over. They're going to come take your guns. They're going to come to your neighborhood. I'm saving you in the suburbs from the globalists. What would you justify if you felt that the globalists were the reason you're having economic trouble? They were the reason prices are so high. They stole an election from you. Wouldn't you be like almost justified to like write a manifesto and go carry out your patriotic duty? There is a reasonable percentage chance of a genocide when a radical, fervent leader who embraces big lies has an entire propaganda wing with them and aims all of your problems at my ancestors. If you think that the idea that my grandfather handled heavy artillery to save the lives of my ancestors in the exact, sorry, not the exact, in extremely similar circumstances to what we have today, when those good German neighbors, just like my good neighbors, watch my ancestors be pulled out of houses, all their belongings stripped from them, their clothes stripped from them, threatened, taken away like prisoners, and the neighbors sat there and did nothing, what are my neighbors going to do? What are your neighbors going to do? What are you going to do? You going to risk your family? You going to risk your kids for your neighbor? I know you have this fantasy in your head. There's 2 genocides you let happen and you did nothing. One of them is kids. I'm supposed to believe you're going to save me? And if it's not me, it's somebody like me. It's trans people. It's LGBTQ. It's anybody. It doesn't have to be me, but if it comes for them, they're coming for me next. Look at history. My people are always next. So is it a government? Is it doesn't matter. But to think we aren't close to the same, like the same type of fascism, to think we're not on the same path, that's your choice. That's you. That's just being a good American neighbor. You mean the neighbors didn't want to end up like that? I completely sympathize with German citizens at the time not doing the right thing because they don't know what the right thing. I agree. I still don't. I would not want to die for my neighbor. I'll try to help them out. Yeah. Okay. Read. Okay. So, as far as the last part, I don't disagree that self-preservation was a reasonable choice. I don't want to put my neighbor in that position, so I'm trying to wake them up now. I don't want I don't want you to be in this position, so I'm trying to wake everybody up now. As far as who gets to reach the middle, there's ways to reach the middle. Oh, bastard. Hold on. There's ways to reach the middle. One way to reach the middle is to try to entice them to your side. Entice them to the left. However, I know a lot of conservatives and NIMBYs. And what the left is doing to move people left isn't moving a NIMBY and isn't moving a conservative. It's just not. So, another way to move somebody that is center left, center right, is to show how their beliefs align with the dangerous people that are most likely to come take me out of my house and put you in the position of deciding to watch your neighbor die or you risking your family and the likelihood of your family having to deal with the Nazis. I don't want to reach that position, so one of my goals is to try to show how good moral people are being radicalized without them realizing it. One way I do that is by showing examples of how ludicrous and funny it is to laugh at, but how serious it really is. Okay, I have 2 rules. Rule 1. Assume everything from the right, and I only care about the right now, because if the left has power in America, they still believe in democracy. If the right gets power, they don't. So if the right has all 3 branches of government, I'm not saying democracy ends, but I'm saying the likelihood of it is pretty high. So if that's the case, and you walk a logical path, conservatives getting power leads to the far right getting power, leads to what we've already seen in history. So if I can help good people that are center right, center, and center left, that you don't have to believe what the far left is telling you, but what you have to believe is what you're aligning with. And I'm here to show it to you. I'm here to expose it to you. You want to laugh? Then understand it's confession and projection. And rule 2, always assume what they're doing with intent. No matter how circus-like it is, assume they know what they're doing and make them prove to you that they're dumb. Sometimes they can be both dumb and dangerous at the same time. And if we assume they're working on purpose, we'll protect ourselves from their worst instincts. But if we assume they're dumb, we'll excuse their behavior like we have. We excused the genocide by calling Trump and all those people dumb instead of for what was happening. So, I'm not trying to win a political discussion. I'm trying to show what I think is like my last swing, that good people are out there that are NIMBYs, that want to reduce poverty as long as it doesn't mean a shelter in their backyard. That'll donate to an organization but aren't going to walk down to a homeless camp with some food. I'm talking about people that are fiscally conservative that don't realize that their fiscal conservative views are being manipulated and that they're helping to empower the most dangerous of us. They're good people. I want them to know they're good people and see who they're aligning with. And when you go to church and you sit down in the pew and you look over and you see a white supremacist that you know is a white supremacist, and you don't recoil, you don't leave, you don't run out of there, you don't have a problem with it, you just stay there, and then you start repeating things that they say, like immigrants are taking over our culture. Well, you might be a good person, but I can't risk you being my good neighbor for my life. I hope you can understand that. Like, you're talking about it, like you identify with the neighbor. Well, I'm your neighbor. Just take that to heart. That if you identify with the neighbor and understand that when forced, you would make that same choice. I'm your neighbor, brah. I'm the one they're coming for. If they come. Not saying they're coming, but if they do, I'm one of them. And I don't want my neighbor to have to do that. I want them to just understand who they're aligning with and recoil. Hey, yo. What's going on, everybody? Hope you're doing well. What up, Missy? What up, Otaku? I don't think anybody else showed up yet. So yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. Good to see you. Here's the plan for today. I have I've been avoiding this topic for a while, but we're gonna look at some stuff about these protests and what's been happening and the lies and kind of how this all works. And it's a good example of the power of the media and the power of disinformation. That when you have political figures, police officers, the media, and dangerous propagandists all pushing the same narrative, you see how hard it is to get any sort of truth out. What up, Mayor? Well, I've been in a bit of a Twitter. I like to go into the hornet's nest every now and again. I'm not a staunch supporter of Israel, but Hamas certainly is way more despicable. So I believe my own eyes. Like, this is literally what I'm saying. Like, showing people that they're spreading lies, they have to attack. Seriously, you're reaching a little far here. So I am sure you won't read this. Many MAGA can't read. But by all means, keep following the herd. Whoops. Oh, what did I fuck up? Okay. Like, you give them information, and the fact that they refuse, like, it shows you. You need some new material of reversing what everyone says to you. Read the article. I mean, this is every conversation with Republicans and righties. Literally every compensation is, no, you're the Nazi. No, you're the Nazi. No, you're the Nazi. Hilarious how this guy keeps trying to flip liberal Nazism on others. Which party does the modern KKK, neo-Nazis, Proud Boys, Groypers, white nationalists vote for? If the neo-Nazis vote for Republicans, why if the Dems are the real Nazis? Oh, because you want to genocide us, who you don't like. There he goes again. You need new material. Like, you have nothing to say. This is every conversation with every fucking Republican. And with all love and respect to Jungler, he's not like this. But the onslaught of disinformation is so strong, it doesn't fucking matter anymore. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what gets said to anybody anymore. Because there is no way to keep them from enjoying their algorithm of stuff that fundamentally feeds them shit that they can logically know is a lie. But it doesn't matter. I'm still going to support the lie because emotionally I feel better about the lie. This is a human nature thing that has gotten us to a point where everything is useless. Literally, there are maybe 5% of the population that are willing to learn new information and adopt. Like, a lot of people learn new information, but they just push it aside so that they can continue nonsense. Like, this is where we are. So I'm going to jump into this today because I'm fucking tired of it. As a Jew, I've kept my fucking mouth shut for long enough. I watched all the anti-Semitism in the Twitch space and Progressive Victory and these pieces of shit. Then all the anti-Semitism that's coming out of even mainstream media. And there is no room for a Jew to have an opinion, as long as that opinion isn't just I love Israel. I'm not allowed to have this opinion. I'm a self-hating anti-Semitic Jew. Right, Nina? Wick? Progressive Victory? Brianna Wu? Right? Right? I'm just a self-hating Jew. You pieces of absolute trash. You're subhuman. And especially you, Brianna. You absolute piece of dog shit. Using Jews to justify the genocide by Israel. That you and your ilk will openly attack Jews if they don't agree with you.
Will say though, among again,
I'm gonna get into. I got him. I got him. Before we get started though, I'm trying to lighten it up a little bit. I'm gonna do a lot of yelling because I'm fucking irritated, and I think a lot of people are pieces of shit. I think if you are unwilling to stand up to defend against anti-Semitism to a Jew, around this topic. You're a piece of shit. Like, you have an opportunity to speak up, but instead, if your feelings are hurt or you want to protect the fans, you'll support anti-Semitism, you'll support genocide, all to protect your own little feelings. You're just a weak-minded piece of shit.
Even though our fingers are different lengths, they all line up when we curl all our fingers in. Shower thoughts. Why did society decide that chocolate is the opposite of vanilla? Bullets only do their job after they're fired.
That's a good
Mosquitoes
question.
use blood to make their eggs.
That's a good question. Who decided vanilla was the opposite of chocolate? Was it Rezi going after your mentor? Who's my fucking mentor? Like, imagine how dumb you're going to feel because you watched a 4-hour stream of Rezavir showing a video that wasn't mine, telling you what I say without one time in 4 hours showing anything I said. Imagine how dumb you must be. Imagine, what up, Christoph? And how are you doing, Mayor? Imagine how dumb you must be, right? To believe you know what I've said based on Rezavir not showing you a single clip and lying to you for 4 hours. Imagine that. Imagine that. So just to show you and all your fucking ilk of fat morons, right? Rezavir can call me old. He's a dumb, fat, slow, blood magic, dumb fuck, occultist moron. And you believe what he tells you without ever questioning it or looking it up. Because that's how fucking dumb his audience is. Because the only way you can watch anybody as uninformed and dumb as fucking Rezavir, as incapable of putting ideas together like Rezavir, where I show you hour after hour of how fucking retarded he is. But if you're able to just blindly listen to him, what does it say about you? Imagine that. The guy sits there and lies to you for 4 hours. And you go, must be telling the truth. I mean, he didn't play a single clip. I wonder why. I wonder why he didn't play a single fucking clip in 4 hours. Well, did you question him? Did you say, show me the information? Did you say, how come you're fucking not showing any information while talking about him? You know, the irony is, he told you, I follow Defenga. Like he is some sort of, what, source for me? Is that? I give you. Oh my God, why is it so quiet?
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity.
And this discussion about national divorce has been around for a long time.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow, look. A year and a half ago, while doing one of my research streams that we did every Saturday, in Cicada Saturday, you know, because I just guess and don't look at anything. But in one of our every Saturday researching of Cicada, the guy that dumb fuck moron Rezavir was showing as my mentor, right? Defengo. Well, look at that. Defengo actually showed up at my stream. Wow. Wow. I wonder, and you know, I probably just like jump in and believe anything he says. That's what Rezavir says. That I look, everything I say is just stolen from this guy.
To learn you specifically as you go down the lane to make it more efficient. So by the time you get where you're going, you're exactly like everybody else. As long as you keep going, you will become that robot. You will become disconnected. But there's enough of the radically absurd mixed in with truth to allow the discrediting of it to be used to credit it, so that every time you reject it, it just grows stronger. Like fucking Fantasia.
Can be correlated to Q. The clues lead to the coming of the storm. The storm is the day the Cabal will be eliminated. From this comes a world of Q clocks, quantum computers, and time travel theory. Yes, really, because Donald Trump's uncle was asked to evaluate Nikola Tesla's remaining documents after he died, which really happened. And that's how he figured out how to make a time machine.
Which one? I mean, you're talking about the one where he called him a pussy? I mean, how about the one where Pence is in the garage and he says, I'm not getting in the car? Which could be kind of like saying, let's roll from 30,000 feet when we all know no cell phone works at 30,000 feet. That's okay. It's a cool story. But the clock thing's funny. Some guys made it. I mean, I'm more worried about the infrastructure of it than I am the clues to it. Like, there's a huge overlap in the infrastructure necessary to move that type of information to the right places. It overlaps in so many different things that, like, it.
Where's the timestamp?
If you can,
Did I miss it?
If you try to explain one thing,
let me look up the
you
timestamp
seem
real quick.
like a maniac. But if there's a way to show one thing in 5 minutes, maybe. Or comedy. Comedy's a way to get shit done.
And Q might be a messenger from the future, or something like that. QAnon may be a byproduct of how today's highly bespoke information landscape operates. In a world of unlimited data, anyone can take a kernel of suspicion and run with it to confirm their own biases, with a view of amplifying them further. Add to that the easily weaponized...
What kind of shit is that?
See how
they do that to you? What do you mean about that?
Who's pushing the buttons doesn't necessarily matter. What matters are the techniques they are using. Anyone who plays live-action role-playing games known as LARPs will recognize the gaming elements of Q.
Let's be fair.
So I just want to be clear. I want to be clear. This was the first interaction I had with Defenga. He came in at 12 minutes, and here we are at 29 minutes. So 17 minutes after he comes to my stream, Reservoir wants you to believe that I just blindly believe whatever this dude says, right? That he spits LARP lies, and I just repeat them because I don't do any critical thinking. And anybody that comes here is just a fucking dumbass moron, right? Right? So here we go with what I said to Defenga.
Let's be fair. Let's be fair. Would you expect anybody to believe 100% what you say? Like, whether you earned it or not, whether it's rightful or not, at this time, with every fucking thing that has gone on, wouldn't somebody have to be like a little, man, what, like, you'd have to be missing something to just blanket trust anybody involved in this. Like, I think we could agree on that.
To his face, in the first meeting with him, by the way, with Lestat listening, another cicada dude that I had been in contact with, I openly said people would be crazy to just trust you. People would be crazy to not verify the things that you say. You've earned a reputation that even if you're telling the truth, believing it is nonsense. But, you know, without showing anything that I do or say, Reservoir got his whole chat on the same page about me. Well, with the exception of the people that he spurred out at, like Dankness and Topher and Queen Bee and Missy, you know. Well, I mean, he never watched my content. He spent 3.5 hours complaining about my random, like, phone call with Will that happened because he was debating in my Discord during stream, and I said, just come to stream. So Reservoir tries to convince you that I had some big plan to out Will. Well, why? Why would he say that? That had nothing to do with it.
So why does he lie to you, though? Like, ask yourself, why did he spend 4 hours lying? If I was making stuff up, surely you can find a clip that he showed to show what he's complaining about. The guy literally, legally defamed me yesterday, or whenever that was. Legally. Like, he's his favorite museum guide. Will is a decent dude, but he's like a dork. Like, I like Will. I don't think Will means any harm. I don't think he wants to hurt anybody. I just think he's a dork. He embraces his dork. I don't know if he realizes it's dorkness. But he's a decent dude. He's just a dork. And the internet just sucks so bad. Actually, I'll tell you an interesting story about the Will's box thing. He asked me if I would help him, and we had like a call about it. And I actually, what I said became the beginning of his video. It like changed his whole idea about his video because sadly, people don't understand or take personal responsibility for the choices they make. Like, think about this. People don't want to take personal responsibilities for the choices they make. So the reason Reservoir spent 4 hours spurging out without showing a single clip of what he was yelling about is because the clip proves me right. Because if he shows clips, he has to purposefully manipulate the parts that he shows. Because if you hear the explanation I gave over and over and over again, right? If you hear the explanation, Reservoir is dumber than the people that works at Progressive Victory. He chose to protect Progressive Victory people's bag and Kidnakin's reputation for free. The Progressive Victory people are fucking up their reputation at least for pay. People that are not getting paid, that have, I've got good morals, and my good morals mean I'm going to lie to my community. He's what we like to call a useful idiot. Yes, that's what my point was. He bitched and proved to me I'm paid by PV. You're not. That's why you're dumber. Like, it's very clear. And had he shown you any clips, it would have clearly shown you I was saying how dumb he is for covering for PV and hurting his reputation and not getting paid. And what did he do? He spurged out on dankness. He spurged out on Topher. Fucking Topher is like the chillest chatter in Twitch. And because he wanted truth, not sticking up for me, but just wanting proof or asking a question, Reservoir says I'm going to ban everybody that watches F-Bomb. So I guess, according to Reservoir, you guys are pieces of shit. You're either operatives or you should be banned. Those are the only two options. You're either here on behalf of Reservoir or you're listening to a false prophet who guesses that wants to fuck you over. Sorry, miss. I'm terrible with YouTube chat. That Rezi has to make stuff like the Fango being your mentor, even if it's easily disproven. Yep. He must dislike people who don't just listen to him and agree. Seems like it. What up, Armor and Quilt? He's angry because he has guilt. Look, I predicted this a long fucking time ago. That as people have to maintain untenable positions, they either admit their flaws or they go down a radicalization road. These are your only options. Once you start defending nonsense, you have to either accept your nonsense or move on. Okay. So, very simple. You see, to DeFango's face, I told him you'd be crazy to just trust him. But for some reason, without showing you proof, Reservoir spent 4 hours showing DeFango, claiming that was me. And for some reason, so many people watching Reservoir literally just agreed with him. Imagine somebody showing zero proof for 4 hours and you agree with them blindly. It's wild. I mean, this is what happened to the Republicans. Like, the Republicans and Democrats are both fucky, right? We all know that. Nobody's going to argue politicians are fucking moral. But once Republicans had to openly reject facts about Russian involvement in our election, and they backed lies about 3 million illegal voters and spent taxpayer money on investigations, once you start down this road, this person now has, I guess, compromise on you, if you will. At any point, it can come out. You knew you were lying. Because the liar can get away with saying, I was not telling the truth. That's just called church. What up, meatbag? And how are you, Armors and Quills? So, here's what we're going to do. Reservoir can eat my entire asshole, all 48 years of my rimmed asshole, because he spent 4 hours calling me names, calling me an authoritarian, lying about me, attacking anybody that watches me or asks questions to get him to prove what he's saying. 4 hours of that after a 9.5-hour stream of just whining and complaining the night before or 2 nights before. The dude hasn't made a claim that I can even, reject. Everything, he just did all this. Okay, well, just show it then. Because, I showed you one little thing that proves everything you said for 4 hours was a lie. Well, if he has nothing but time, that means he's choosing for some reason to lie and attack me. What would that reason be? What does he get out of it? Is it financially beneficial to lie about somebody and attack them? I mean, is that the goal of Reservoir? He wants to make money by attacking people? I mean, is that the assertion? That's kind of nuts, don't you think? And if you actually want to attack somebody and you want to make money, should you build a cult or should you show proof?
Which means
because he made a lot of claims about people that watch the stream, about me, about the content. He made a lot of claims, didn't he?
1/3 their father. If Earth is the third planet from the sun.
Were any of them rooted in an actual piece of evidence or a claim? Imagine basically what Reservoir did for 4 hours was do a rape review about somebody in Twitch by showing R. Kelly for 4 hours. I mean, that's what he did. And imagine anybody that watches Reservoir that bought into it is like, yeah, that guy raped because R. Kelly raped. And you told me that guy raped. And then you showed me R. Kelly and you told me he's like R. Kelly. So obviously he raped. That is the mental capacity of the standard Reservoir supporter. You want to be that? Sweet. Enjoy. Support him. Give him your money. He deserves it. Because if you think that little of your money that you want to give it to him, do it. Do it. By all means. Give him your money. Support his channel. I mean, if that is what you want to believe in and how you look at information, support his dumb fat ass.
Doesn't that mean that every country is a third world country? Lawyers hope you get sued, doctors hope you get sick, cops hope you're a criminal, mechanics hope you have car trouble, but only a thief wishes you prosperity. Taxes are just yearly subscriptions to the country you live in. Childhood is...
Okay, I'm moving on from Reservoir.
Is a free
trial. What up, Tail Gunner?
Your eraser slowly dies because of your mistakes.
I put this in here for that specific line. That line is out of control. An eraser dies slowly because of your mistakes.
Is a free trial. Your eraser slowly dies because of your mistakes. Ice cubes float in the pool of their own blood. The number of people older than you will never increase. Subscribe for more shower thoughts.
The number of people older than you will never get bigger. Okay.
Look at this. Look at this. It's fucking adorable. Look at this. Look at this right here from the ship that's coming in.
Ships on vigor of the waves.
No.
Scamming barren summits to the burning blaze. Each horizon is a new beginning. Rise and rain. Far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents. Brave and soar over new frontiers. Stones and sagas of a fate determined. Shields and spears. Clouds of vapor or the thrill of plunder, pulled together for the clan and kin. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder, pound within.
They have this ice surfboard.
This is wild. So when I was growing up, I spent my summers on a lake, and I used to wakeboard and water ski and all that stuff. But after, like, my era of doing that stuff, kneeboarding and all that shit, this new surfing thing took over, right? Basically what you do is like a wakeboard. You get up, and you're only so far behind the boat so that the convergence of the inboard engine makes this big wave. And as long as the boat goes like a certain speed, you can just surf that wave with no rope and no nothing. That was something I never got to do, but I think it would have been awesome.
Sculpted with the team at Minnesota Ice. We're going to see if we can surf it today. It's 50 pounds. Hopefully it stays in one piece and doesn't melt super fast.
The hole in my mouth is almost closed, so hopefully I will be able to just smoke without having to fucking put some bullshit in my mouth to cover up the hole. You see what I'm saying? So, like, an inboard engine has, like, 2 wakes, right? It's like a pre-wake, a convergence, and a regular wake, and the post-wake. And if I remember, on a lot of inboards, that spot is about 27 or 30 off of a 75-foot rope, I think. So if it's like maybe 35 feet behind the boat, maybe.
Well, it was a good run. Didn't last very long, but you can surf ice.
If we woke up today and finger guns were actual guns, I think I'd kill you.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
What? But I wouldn't want to.
Sorry for yelling at the Reservoir fans. If all you wanted was an answer, you didn't deserve getting yelled at. But that's a weakness I have after being attacked for months at a time. And if it gets any deeper, I'm going to start releasing DMs proving that he was lying about a lot of things. And he can hurry up and delete them, but I've already recorded them all.
And baby, I just want to say that I'm sorry.
Yo, I sent this to my buddy that runs Blazy Susan. And I was like, dude, this is fucking genius.
I was gonna go to class before I got high. Come on, y'all. Check it out. I could have cheated and I could have passed, but I got high. I'm taking it next semester, and I know why.
We have created an environment of hate, and then we look at them like there's something wrong with them. First you hated black people, then you hated hated Jews. Now you're hating everybody. So the question is, when it's the only people
Yeah, you didn't deserve that.
When you hate yourself. Power concedes nothing.
I will always do the best I can to admit where I was wrong. Like, okay, here's an example. I do a show tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern with my buddy Jungler, and I think Jungler is like one of the best dudes I know. Like, as a person, he's a great dude. But I vastly disagree with him about things to a point where this morning we send each other stuff, but we also send each other stuff for the show. And he sent me something to look at, and it just triggered me so bad. Because it's like having to analyze a bad source over and over again is frustrating. And even when there might be like a valid reason for me to look at it, I automatically get triggered over just the way I feel about it. And then I'll say some shit and I'll be like, dude, I got triggered. My bad. Because that's the thing. Just be careful disagreeing. You might get banned. Not from here. Not from here. Everybody can come in and disagree. The people that get banned are the ones that prove they don't want to have a conversation. You can disagree, but if all you do is move the goalpost every time you're going to have to admit you were wrong about something, that's not a conversation, that's propaganda. And this lady is a hero.
We have created an environment of hate, and then we look at them
My
like
ears,
there's
fuck.
something
I
wrong
can't hear
with
anything.
them. First you hated black
Give me one
people,
second.
then you hated Jews. Now you're hating everybody. So the question is, when it's the only people left are you, will you hate yourself? Power concedes nothing. This house is for the people, by the people, to serve the people, and you won't listen. You go after everybody's kids but your own. You make hate the way to go as long as it's not applied to you. None of us said we would come here and hurt people, and yet you make trades and policy so your bills can be heard. You go against the people of this state. This is a horrible, horrible session. This bill is horrible because it has nothing to do with the people.
What would you do if you were in public and this happened to you? It's like whatchamacallit, Motormouth Mike from the old police academies. Hey, what up, Mike? What would you do? Oh, fuck. There it is.
If China invades Taiwan, it's Australia and the U.S. that got to defend Taiwan.
Okay, Andrew Schultz can be hit or miss, but when he hits, he's fucking hilarious.
Now, here's the thing, and we haven't had this discussion, and we need to talk to y'all about this a little bit, but let's just be honest right now. How confident are we that we're going to be able to know who's who, right? Like, let's just... Once China touches land, it's going to be the Spider-Man meme. Like, we're going to have to do shirts and skins for that one, y'all. We're going to have to do... China, you guys will be shirts, obviously, because that's where they're made. And do you think you could tell a Taiwanese, bro? Just by looking at it? We need to learn that shit. Or come up with another strategy. I don't even want to tell y'all. I have a strategy. The second the war starts, we got to tell every Taiwanese, listen, just for this period of time, open them up. Just for this period of time. It's like Friday Night Lights. Round eyes, full hearts, can't lose, okay?
But isn't it nice to have a president who doesn't need a teleprompter? Not that he can read it anyway. He can't read it. Because this teleprompter is facing you, not facing. These teleprompters are just gonzo, folks. They're gonzo. Oh, I can't play this because it'll fucking copyright me on YouTube. Dumb fucking bullshit. Okay. So. Nope. Wrong room. Wrong room. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I have this set up. Okay. So. I want to hop into the Israel stuff. And the reason I want to cover the Israel stuff. Here on this channel, I'm typically more focused on understanding the media, understanding the flow of information, and that kind of stuff, than I really am the exact details of the reasoning why each side is doing what they're doing. I think when we look at facts and information, we have a chance of possibly slowing down the disinformation and the harmful shit. So I didn't watch this little video they have, so we'll start with that. And then I'm going to read the article. This is where the reality that most people don't do any research and that they just read headlines. If I came across this headline, what would I think? It says over 600 UT Austin faculty sign letter of no confidence in President Herzl. Now, how do you think this article will be presented by the right? I mean, they're not going to read it.
Well, after a peaceful day of protests at the University of Texas yesterday, university officials said they were prepared for unrest today, but it's really been another calm day on campus.
Yeah, we have video of the empty-looking lawn, very different from Monday when police arrested 79 protesters. The protest planned for today has been rescheduled for Sunday, and though it was quiet on campus today, online, hundreds of UT Austin faculty were sounding off as they signed a letter disapproving of President Jay Hartzell's response to the protests. Some faculty are petitioning for a no-confidence vote in Hartzell.
So what happens?
So what does that mean? For anybody that didn't read this article, what are they mad about? The faculty disapproves of the handling of the protest. Well, what do they disapprove of? At this point, half people have already made up their mind about what this means.
Following a vote, that's the big question tonight. Thursday, and Sarah Alshea provides a little more insight.
This is the no confidence letter signed by more than 600 UT faculty. It says UT President Jay Hartzell has, quote, shown himself to be unresponsive to urgent faculty, staff, and student concerns. He has violated our trust.
Common narrative is those concerns are the extensive threat to Jews and the excessive anti-Semitism on campus, right? I mean, that's the story, is these protests are dangerous because of all the anti-Semitism that they bring.
The Austin chapter of the American Association of University Professors is behind it.
I teach my students that history does not happen on its own.
Several of the group's members attended a pro-Palestinian protest Thursday, speaking out against Hartzell for the heavy law enforcement presence and arrests of protesters.
Oh, the faculty signed a letter because they support and agree with the students. Oh, it's not these punk college kids need to learn a lesson, send in the cops. It's that violating the First Amendment right of these children to do what these students to do what they're doing is a problem. So it's not letting them take over campus that the teachers are mad about. Wow, it's almost like you're not being told that.
The letter sent to both.
Oh, wait, should I check with the Fango?
And the university's faculty council says the president put students, staff, and faculty in danger by bringing state troopers to, quote, forcibly disperse students gathering for a peaceful teach-in.
I have no doubt that it's very uncomfortable for a president to get these kinds of statements.
Texas State political science professor William DeSoto says no confidence votes don't carry any legal or official power to remove officials, but studies show they can lead to change. The Chronicle of Higher Education looked at more than 230 no-confidence votes dating back to 1989. They found a little more than half of presidents ended up leaving office within a year. Ultimately, it speaks to the relationship between faculty and the
Yeah, the uninformed are always smarter, right,
president.
When the relationship is broken, I think this is damaging.
Sarah Alsheh, KXAN News.
And previously, President Hartzell defended law enforcement's presence on campus during the protests. He said the protesters were trying to occupy campus.
Letter states Hartzell put people in danger by bringing state troopers to forcibly disperse students gathering for a peaceful teach-in. The letter demanded the following: criminal charges be dropped against students and others. Students not face disciplinary action for the protest. The university respects the First Amendment speech rights of students and faculty. So the media and morons will use this to say, look at the problem with higher education. These kids are out of control. The teachers are doing indoctrination. You know, because only people that don't go to college are free thinkers. We notoriously, anybody that pays money, goes to college to get an education, is a drone, can't think for themselves. Right, Donald? That's what Donald told me. So, what do I want to do with here? We'll just go in the order. So, here we have multi-level marketing scammer Patrick Bet-David, uber rich multi-level marketing scammer Patrick Bet-David, who is the new part of the new IDW. If you don't know what the IDW is, just ask me in chat. I'll explain it, but I think everybody does. The new IDW, the Joe Rogans, the Patrick Bet-Davids, this new group. I mean, a lot of it is still the old group, but they have a new group. And you can see, if you go back and you look at the Patrick Bet-David episode with Joe Rogan, PBD is literally saying we should overthrow the wealthy and we should be the wealthy. We should be the powerful elites, Joe.
I know I said that Dave Rubin brought about the densest example of a dense person possible, and we saw that in 35 seconds. Patrick Bet-David and his crew are not as concise. So their denseness is actually spread out a little bit. And if you want to nitpick, you can say, well, that's not that dense. But I'm talking about what they're saying is dense. The density of their denseness is not as much as Dave Rubin's.
Yeah, this is like luxury denseness.
This is exactly right.
Luxury
this is business executive. This is executive denseness, where we lean back and we take our time in nice chairs.
Smoke a tobacco pipe.
This is a live show they're doing. They've invited Tulsi Gabbard on.
Democrat Tulsi Gabbard.
And
back from maneuvers in Africa.
This is them.
What up, Jungler? Nice. Only one left?
It's so weird about, what the right wing will do to make their audiences not engage with a topic. I mean, it's fascinating to me because...
And this is why I deplore what Reservoir did so bad. Because of what he just said. Like, there's few things that piss me off more than, like, just straight propaganda. You got me a like him? Nice. So,
business executive. This is executive denseness, where we lean back and we take our time in nice chairs.
Smoke a tobacco pipe.
This is the live show they're doing. They've invited Tulsi Gabbard on.
Wow.
And
for maneuvers in Africa.
This is them.
God damn.
It's so weird about what the right wing will do to make their audiences not engage with a topic.
That's what I was showing you on the Twitter feed. That, like, no matter what you do, here's an article to say you're wrong. Okay, here's a meme to say I'm right. All you guys do is memes. Oh, you're actually the Nazis. Okay, dude. But you know the Nazis weren't socialists, right? No, Nick Fuentes told me they were.
I mean, it's fascinating to me because the way that we would do this is to go deep into what they're doing, right? I mean, if people were marching in Charlottesville, we would dig deep into that and say, look at who these guys are. Look at what they're saying. Look at what they're doing. They're exactly who they say they are.
Yep.
But when protests like this happened, when it was George Floyd or when it was anything else, none of it's real. It's both wrong and fake. And that's what
January 6th was peaceful, except the violence was because of Antifa. I don't know why it's a big deal, because BLM, we were just using our First Amendment to protest. And this is, if you're going to complain about January 6th, these campus protests are exactly the same. And that's literally what these people say. Like, literally what they say. Is there some type of illness or sickness on campus that everyone's wearing a mask? I don't know. Is there? So, like, if people doing something they don't like wear masks, they're Nazis. But when Nazis wear masks, that's just the left complaining. You see, if we do what we complain about, and you pointed out, that's actually you just complaining. White liberals hate minorities. Why does it have to be about race? So white liberals hate minorities. They always have. They are the creators and the members of the KKK. The neo-Nazis, white nationalists, white supremacists, white militias, KKK, Christian nationalists, racist groypers, and all other white hate groups all vote Republican. This is the party claiming anti-fascists are the Nazis. That's what Nazis do. The Democrats are the Nazis. Joe Biden's basically a Nazi. Then why do the neo-Nazis not vote for him? If the Democrats and Joe Biden are basically Nazis, why don't the Nazis vote for the Nazis? Do the Nazis hate the Nazis? The Nazis are like, we don't want Nazis. Even though he's white. You can't call him racist. No, I'm a poor victim of the society. No, you can't call him racist. You can only call us racist. Like, there is no softer group than these little bitches. I mean, it's so crazy.
What's sort of fascinating?
Imagine you agree with the Nazis that the left are the Nazis. Just think, you agree with the Nazis that the left are the real Nazis. You agree with people wearing swastikas and hailing Hitler. You agree with them that the real problem are the trans and the lefties. You agree with them. And you say it as if the trans are the Nazis. The Nazis went after the trans because the trans were degenerate. That's why the Nazi movement came about. So the Dems are like that. So you're taking the role of the Nazis here as the good guys. And it's the lefties that are the problem.
About the way
go Trump,
the right has to deal with these things. They cannot address the question of should we be supporting Israel's onslaught of the Gazan of people in Gaza.
Well, how come they don't protest this other genocide? Are we funding it?
And why? Because they know what the polls say. So they've got to do like a second or third order attack on it. And the beauty for them, the advantage they have is that they have cultivated a conspiratorial, not terribly deep audience.
Actual marks for multi-level marketing.
For multi-level marketing scheme. Yes, here we go.
Have you guys seen all these camping, what these kids are doing? Rob, can you show some of these?
Have you seen all these camping, what these kids are doing? Is that what they're doing? They're camping? Is that what they're doing? They're just camping?
Videos with the protests going on across the country on university.
Pause it for 1 second. Now, as you watch this, don't keep it up there. As you watch this, I want you to look and see where the violence is coming from. It is literally.
Yeah, like imagine claiming how dangerous the protests are in every clip you show is police violence.
They don't realize that they are just showing examples of police being brutal to people who clearly are just trying to run away. Like there's
Well, liberals negotiate away what the left wants to appease Republicans. I mean, that's how Democrats work. We say we want, I'm not a lefty, but we say we want universal health care. And the Democrats will go, well, hey, Republicans, what portions of what our voters want can we give away to you?
There's not, these guys, remember, they're trying to put this in the worst possible light, and there's not a single instance where they can show any of the protesters doing anything other except for trying to stop the cops from beating them.
Yeah, or getting fall down by a giant cop.
Completely peaceful protest, except for the cops standing and shoving people into the ground.
That's USC, Los Angeles.
Yeah, like, oh my God, what are those uniformed rioters doing? Incidentally, they're tackling a legal.
I mean, remember, the argument for police violence during 2020 was, they were riots. And then they would show like one building on fire, which again, let's be realistic. Downtown Denver was boarded up. Buildings were smashed. Like, damage happened, right? But all they did was show you the damage and didn't really care about the violence from the police. And then they use that to justify January 6th, ignoring what the equation is. See, when they say these things are, college students taking over a building is the same as January 6th because they took over a building. What they're saying is us trying to overthrow democracy equals protesting against funding genocide. So these victim Republicans say us storming the Capitol, which wasn't even us, we don't take responsibility, even though we denounce violence when Ray Epps and Antifa do it to try to keep Trump into office. We always take responsibility, even though Antifa did it. Also, what choice did we have to let Antifa trick us into doing it? Because, BLM, look at BLM.
Legal, what do you
J.D. Vance wrote Hillbilly Elegy. He's a piece of shit senator from Ohio. No, you're thinking of Cy Vance. Cy Vance was the other guy.
Look at these protesters with their phones videotaping the cops being brutal.
That's just a lucky guess, though.
Wrong.
They're violently.
Do you have the clip of the two girls when they're being asked at Vinny show?
Look, what did he prove right there? What up, TSG? So, what did he just said? Look at this crazy stuff. But what did he show? Like, this is the mind melt of, like, Republicans primarily, but you're going to see it's a whole lot more than just Republicans. What he wants to prove that the kids are out of control.
Show some of these videos with the protests going on across the country on university.
Pause it for 1 second. Now, as you watch this, don't piles of completely peaceful protest, except for the cops standing and shoving people into the ground.
That's USC, Los Angeles.
Yeah, like, oh my God, what are those uniformed rioters doing? Incidentally, they're tackling a legal, what do you call it, observer? Go ahead.
But when it's reactionary conservatives, watch white pro-Palestine domestic terrorists harass a black student and his daughter. You know, it's funny how much Republicans care about Jews and blacks when it comes to what? Like you hate liberals, you hate college students, you hate equality, you're white supremacists, right? And this is proof. Their free speech, their words, the words they're using are domestic terrorism. Free speech Republicans now feel bad for the Jews and the blacks because of this white guy. America's not a racist country, but look at this white guy be mean to the Jews and the blacks. Oh, why do you liberals have to make it all about race? Like, literally it says white pro-Palestine, and then in the comments, it's like, why do you got to make it about race? Why does the left always got to make it about race? Like, in the thing, you made it about race. But, like, you're so fucking snowflakey victim pussies that the second anybody says anything, you just fucking freak the fuck out. Republicans will literally tell you there's nothing worse out there. The most damaging thing that can happen to you is to be called a racist. Remember when there were no wars? Wait, there were no wars? What was going on in Crimea and Afghanistan? Like, that is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Our borders were secure. So what you're saying is our borders were secure and then they weren't secure. Trump built the wall. Trump secured the border and built the wall. Our border's secure. Done. Trump couldn't even protect the election. The guy in charge of protecting the election failed to protect the election. And that's your guy. And you want the government to control gas prices and grocery prices. No, that's good. You want big government overreach to control capital. You want the government dictating what corporations can do. Now, you also are too dumb to know that Joe Biden and the Democrat destroying America produced more oil in 2023 than any time in American history and of any country in the world, which I think is fucking trash and garbage, and fuck Biden for it. But you're so dumb and so far up the ass of morons that when it's Joe Biden raised gas prices and shut the pipeline down. He hates America. Okay, then why did he produce more oil than Trump did? No.
God, look at this.
You're not on both sides. You literally did the Republican MAGA. Everything was better under Trump, but also I don't trust anybody.
These protesters with their phone.
Oh, you mean like these guys? These guys? Where public clashes mask a clandestine camaraderie, orchestrating covert agreements. So are the Jews controlling these protests of anti-Semites, threatening Jews? I mean, who is the secret cabal controlling the protests? If the protests are anti-Semitic, but George Soros is organizing the protests, how? I mean, are you guys that big a victim?
Videotaping the cops being brutal. It's so wrong. They're violently.
Do you have the clip of the two girls when they're being asked that Vinny showed us about?
Okay, so
hey,
in other words,
it's hilarious. Sam Cedar in the beginning said, people say it's both fake and bad.
He finds out, don't
It's
take him down.
it's
He
wild
finds out,
watching it happen.
He finds out, he realizes like, oh, this isn't helping the argument. How about let's prove that all the protesters are stupid. Now, here's the thing, though, that he doesn't even realize because he doesn't even really pay attention to what he's putting up there. These are students that are coming down from Colombia. They are showing solidarity with.
But he wants an open border. See, here's the deal, Meatbag. Migrants come into red states and they destroy red states. And then the red states say, fuck you, Democrats. And then they take the migrants that they claim are illegal and they human traffic them across America. See, they claim these people are criminals in here illegally and they round them up and they human traffic them. These Republicans complaining, they human traffic migrants around America. And then they complain that because migrants are in Democrat cities, that's a Democrat plan to overthrow democracy. See, the Republicans who are human trafficking the migrants are the ones taking them to the blue cities and then complaining that they're in the blue cities. I mean, it is truly Nazi propaganda. It's truly amazing.
With the protesters at NYU. They know Colombia's assets and...
Oh, yes, the Democrats were racist back in the 60s. Yes. And that is why the KKK, the Groypers, the neo-Nazis, the white supremacists, the white nationalists, that's why all the white racist hate groups vote for Joe Biden. Because they're so racist. See, the racists vote Democrat, right? Like, the Groypers will be voting for Joe Biden because he's actually really racist, like the Democrats. You know, the Democrats are the racists, which is why the neo-Nazis vote against them. No, it makes sense. It makes total sense. It's complete logic.
Policies and whether the issues about...
It is so funny, the dialogue tree that you all have. I'm not one of them. I'm centrist. I'm actually not a Republican.
That's true in Colombia.
Like, it's always the same.
NYU, which, of course, is incredibly reasonable.
Right.
Who's saying, right, Walton?
They're going to make it out like these kids don't know what they're doing. Here we go.
Vinny, did you send it to him or no? You have it. If you want to send it to him, these two girls are being asked, hey, what are we here for? What are we protesting?
Let me show proof that this is orchestrated because this one interview is proof. And the best part about it is he's trying to make a point by using this one interview, and the one interview proves him wrong. It's fucking hilarious. The last time Democrats hated a political opponent this much. See, you're both sides, but it's also Democrats are always evil.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what we're here for, but I think we're what are you guys here for? Have you seen this clip?
Yeah, of course.
There's so many of them. Well,
there's so many of them, but also I specifically grabbed this clip because we didn't have any others.
The point is, though, if you think about this.
Remember, this guy runs a fucking bullshit scam MLM, and he is a thought leader for Republicans. The guy literally scams people out of money for a living, and you fucking Republicans are like, yeah, I love this guy. He scams me out of money.
I wonder if somebody that's extremely purely technical data person, where were chaos in 2016? High. Boom. Then it drops. Then where was chaos in 2020? BLM protesting high. 2021.
Wait. BLM protesting. You know what's funny? Dumbass fucks think this guy's original. Look, this is one of my earliest fucking videos. Let's see. No, not this one. Did I take it down? Hold on. Let me find it. It's not published at the moment.
Chaos drops 2021, 2022.
Pause it for 1 second. What was the chaos in 2016?
I know. I was trying to think
He's
about
just
that.
making this stuff up. He's just making this stuff up because he's got some conspiratorial thing. And what does chaos mean?
The chaos levels are off the charts.
The chaos levels are off the charts.
Kind of like you need to buy this health insurance.
High 2021. Chaos drops 2021, 2022, 2023, 24. Where's chaos now with election? You're again high. This is a different kind of a chaos. They all come in different shapes. And go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
What would you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stop. I honestly don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're. Do you know what NYU's doing? About what? Look. Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Watch.
I wish I was more educated. I came from Columbia. I was there up at Columbia, and we came down. They said NYU students need our support, so I came down.
You can pause it, Rob. What a great line.
Oh, pause it. Yeah, in other words, we were supposed to cut before she explains that she's a Columbia College student who came down to support NYU. She had been up in Columbia, so she doesn't know the specific holdings that NYU may have or what the NYU students may be demanding specific to NYU. She knew it was there to support broadly Palestine. And he's mad because they should have cut out before then. Yep. Go ahead.
You can pause it, Rob. What a great line. Yeah. On a university campus, a student saying, I wish I was more educated.
A student of a different university.
A student of a different university.
Imagine somebody on a college student say, I wish I was more educated. Admitting that they don't have all the information instead of just claiming they know what's going on. Imagine that. Imagine using a clip of two young women on a college campus who were aware of the investments at Columbia, but not aware of them in NYC. And that is your explanation of why George Soros is controlling the protests.
Conceding, I don't know the specifics about what's going on here at NYU.
It's wild, dude.
You see all these different journalists like Michael Paul of The Atlantic go and say...
People can't understand how anti-Semitic it is to say George Soros is manipulating society to organize these protests that we call anti-Semitic. Like, are white supremacists that incapable that a tiny, tiny fraction of society controls everything against your will? Like, are you that fucking incompetent?
People want to talk to me, and they sent me to their official representatives. It's because of stuff like this, because people are looking to just discredit it with cheap shit like this.
Of course. And this ding-dong didn't know to cut before it gets to her actual explanation.
Agree. I wish you were.
Can you do it this bone?
Think about who's influencing this stuff. Think about who's influencing this. Who's driving this hatred for America? Who's driving this division? It is, if you think about who's driving...
Now, this is a pro-Palestine rally. There's no doubt people are skeptical about America's role in supporting Israel. But how does this become an America hate operation?
You see how they do this? First, they lie about what's going on at the protest. Then they lie about the protesters. Then they lie about the process. But no, by all means, let's yell at the left because they're culpable here too.
Who's influencing this? Who's driving this hatred for America?
Nice.
Who's driving this division? It is, if you think about who's driving...
Now, this is a pro-Palestine rally. There's no doubt people are skeptical about America's role in supporting Israel. But how does this become an America hate operation? You know who could be behind it? You know who could be behind it?
They Inc. They Inc. did it.
I wonder if there's some...
So there you have it. Jews control everything.
Buddy pulling the strings, if you know what I mean. Go ahead.
Hatred for America. Who's driving this division? It is, if you think about who's driving this division, who is it? Professors. One.
Do you remember like minutes ago, like 20 minutes ago, when we read that the professors side with the protesters? Which one? You remember? You remember how they did that? You remember how they sided? This is so fucking retarded.
Who else is it? So I'm a professor. I'm teaching these kids. It is not fair what these rich people are doing. Lecture, 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 lecture. Divide, go protest. Hey, all of these kids that are not getting Sally Mae's, let's bail them out. Taxpayers, you'll pay for them. You guys are so awesome. You keep working hard. You work your ass off. We'll take 60% of your money, 50% of your money. But these poor kids going to college who hate America.
You know, it's wild. Sam Cedar just did a segment about Nancy Pelosi on the news. And that was one of the first times in a really long time I just disagreed with him.
You don't need to pay your college tuition. You're okay, sweetheart. Well, vote for us because we care about you.
I mean, the patronizing hatred. Everybody on college campus is a woke, programmed moron that can't think for themselves. They're not really want to protest. They're brainwashed into protesting because of the liberal universities. And the liberal universities run by the Jews are brainwashing them to be anti-Semitic and hate America. I mean, this is the dehumanization that leads to genocide.
So mixed up in what he's talking about here. First of all, the audience is looking like 50-60% of our money. What are you talking about? Well, no, I'm part of your multi-level marketing program. I haven't made that money yet. I haven't been able to convince enough of my friends to sell the insurance package below me. On the
Yeah, so his MLM is insurance sales, if you didn't know.
On the hierarchy.
Yeah, and just I am actually an NYU graduate. When I was at NYU, there were things like sit-in protests against not Israel, but the Abu Dhabi campus, which was being built with slave labor in the Gulf states.
I mean, if China donated 170 million gifts to universities, in gifts, right? What about the 100 and some million that Ivanka got from the Chinese while she was on government trips, that Jared was doing government work, meeting with the Chinese while getting money from the Chinese? Like, if universities are getting money from the Chinese, which there is a lot of shady ass shit that goes on in universities. Like, let's not pretend. Let's not pretend that the fucking government doesn't use universities to hide programs. Okay? Let's not pretend that's not what happens. But there's always these like, China did this. Like, we're not Russia. We're not fucking commies like Russia. Also, we need to be more like Russia. I mean, it's just this weird, like, trigger reaction.
That's which is the demands now are let's
true, word of mouth. That's fair. I didn't think about that.
Campuses and stuff like that. It's the exact same thing. We're only
Ted Cruz, Hawley, like all these motherfuckers. They all go. They all go to high-end universities and then claim high-end universities are the real problem. I don't know if the Crimson is a good source. Well, let me ask you this. Why is it dangerous for a school to receive funding from a foreign government? What is the danger of a school doing it?
I also love the idea that he tries to discredit the students by not knowing what they're talking about.
And what's the purpose of the article before I even look at it?
And then
it's to tell you how bad it is, right?
And discredits the professors who are presumably experts in what they're talking.
I mean, I don't know who hides it. Like, who's telling you it's being hidden?
About.
Yeah.
You don't need to pay your college tuition. You're okay, sweetheart. But vote for us because we care about you more than anybody else does.
And you nailed it.
We care for you.
Yeah,
we really do care.
And you
for
nailed it, Pat. Because think about it. These are all Ivy League schools. That's not organic.
No.
It's not organic. Ivy League schools are controlled by the Jews. Data for 6 paragraphs. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I mean, if it's neutral, that's the whole purpose. Like, when you start explaining the numbers, that's the spin.
Somebody is organizing that, and when you said who's doing it, besides the professors, besides TikTok, that you were talking about.
Okay, so China's doing it with TikTok. The professors are doing it, and left-wing dark money like George Soros are doing it. They're literally doing anti-Semitism to lie about anti-Semitism.
You think it's Jorge?
Jorge's 100% involved in it.
Jorge's involved?
Jorge. And then
No,
this
it's
is
called
one of the
Jorge
main...
Soros.
Oh, yeah.
Jorge Soros.
Mira, I thought you meant Jorge.
They're just doing anti-Semitism while saying free speech bad. Now, if it was Nazis, if it was neo-Nazi Proud Boys on campus, what up, Terry? If it was neo-Nazi Proud Boys on campus protesting, would the left be saying, I mean, would the right be saying, send in the cops? You got to take away the free speech of these neo-Nazis? No. No. Because they, just like Wick, they fight for the free speech of Nazis and fight for the censorship of others.
You mean Jorge Soros, who
And what's
put
up, Chris?
$15 million
I missed you earlier.
$15 million to fund, think about it, why would a Jewish guy pay to have Hamas protesters? That's such a weird correlation.
Yeah.
Weird. It's like,
First off, it's not a correlation. But aside from that, it is weird. Yeah. It is weird that a Jewish guy would fund pro-Hamas protests. In fact, it's so weird that it makes you feel like maybe that didn't happen.
It's imaginary.
Yeah. Maybe there's a lot of Jews who just don't like Israel hijacking their religion as a justification for the slaughter of other people.
Hey, remember when I told Progressive Victory people to stop doing this?
No, I don't know if there's a correlation there. Go ahead.
Us protesters, that's such a weird correlation. It's weird. It's like he wants to cause this division, this craziness, this chaos, and you nailed it.
Right. You're such a victim of the system that George Soros is able to control you. I mean, these people sit there and openly say how weak they are.
Pat, it's during this election.
It's just white inferiority.
Here, and it's like, don't be fooled, guys. This is all a distraction. They're showing you. They don't even know what the hell they're in the street for. Yeah. And this should sum everything up about that person. She's wearing a mask outside.
White supremacists are the Washington Generals of history.
Yeah. That's all you need to know about who she is and her level of education.
So extremely responsible, Vinny. Give her some
number
credit.
One, thank God it's
Skill
not
issue.
you, Jorge, because I love you, bro. You're not there on the camera on the AV. But yeah.
Pause it for 1 second. And just a reminder that you'll recall there were students at Harvard who early on were protesting this onslaught in Gaza. And
yeah, remember in early November when I spoke out against these type of lies? And I was told I'm likely a self-hating Jew. Remember that?
Pro-Israel groups doxed them and threatened them with no employment in the future. And so
some would say doing domestic terror.
So people started wearing masks, not because they're concerned about COVID, although some people may. You don't know the immune issues that people have, and if they think they're going to be in tight spaces.
My barber wears a mask. I wore one too for that reason.
There you go. But in terms of outside, more often than not, a lot of these people are doing it so that they're not doxxed. Go ahead.
Not you, Jorge, because I love you, bro. You're not there on the camera on the AV. But yes, the professors, I think 13-1 liberal versus conservative professors in the universities. We've gone over this. When we started the podcast, it was 11-1. Now it's even increased.
So you're saying conservatives are pro-genocide. Okay, cool. Got it. Thank you.
TikTok for sure.
Right, TikTok. China's doing it. Dems are doing it. George Soros is doing it. The professors in the liberal universities are doing it. You know, it's the same group of people that stole the election. It's the same group of people that are lying about climate. It's the same group of people that think free renewable energy is actually dependency and having to go to the gas station is independent. I mean, these conspiracies just never stop. It's the conspiracy to arrest Trump. I mean, we're going to ignore Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, all the non-Trump states that are all the non-Trump arrests of people that work to overthrow the fucking election. Because Sleepy Joe Biden, who infiltrated the Trump administration to take over the FBI before the election.
Indoctrination over education. We're seeing that now that's part of that. Soros, but I'm actually putting this on one person, Joe frickin' Biden, because he doesn't have clarity on this. It'd be so. These are useful idiots.
Pause.
You know they say when you're pause. Thank you. Callback comedy. When you're young, if you are not a liberal, you have no heart. When you're older, if you're not a conservative, you have no brain. They're young. I understand why a young person, whether it's in the Vietnam anti-war movement, whether it's the Occupy Wall Street movement, we've seen young people get involved in these types of things. And
Wait, were those bad things? They did Vietnam protesting. They stood up for civil rights. They stood up against poverty. All these evil liberal indoctrinations. They stood up against Iraq, the invasion of Iraq. All these evil lefties.
It'd be so. These are useful idiots.
Pause.
You know they say when you're pause. Thank you. Callback comedy. When you're young, if you are not a liberal, you have no heart. When you're older, if you're not a conservative, you have no brain. They're young. I understand why a young person, whether it's in the Vietnam anti-war movement, whether it's the Occupy Wall Street movement, we've seen young people get involved in these types of things, and it'll continue to do this. But Biden doesn't have the freaking balls to be like, bro, Israel's an ally. They're a democracy. Hamas is a terrorist group, just like
Biden doesn't have the courage to send in the military like Kent State and all the other violent quelling of protests for things like stopping the Vietnam War, giving people civil rights. I mean, the guy himself just said it's like this and you need to shut this shit down. Of other people's misery. Bastards. What up, Cosmo?
Respect to say yes, we're on team.
Now watch how transphobic all these people are. Watch this.
They're a democracy. Hamas is a terrorist group, just like Tulsi just had the balls, more the balls than Joe Biden, respect, to say yes, we're on team.
Adam.
I know, it's not a trans joke. Tulsi, you get what I'm saying.
I accepted in the spirit it was spoken.
Spiritual, exactly. But there's two reasons why Biden...
It wasn't spiritual, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Tulsi,
Adam, you're on a roll. Let's go.
You're a beautiful woman. You're at the top of Trump's list. But there's two reasons, and you can point right to it. Why is he doing this? There's two reasons. The young woke crowd, the intersectional decolonialization crew that's being indoctrinated. But number two...
I mean, do you hear this? Nobody has autonomy except for the victims of the vast conspiracy. You know, these free thinkers are the only ones not indoctrinated.
Trump's list. But there's two reasons, and you can point right to it. Why is he doing this? There's two reasons. The young woke crowd, the intersectional decolonialization crew that's being indoctrinated. But number two, Michigan. Okay, Michigan is in play. It's the number one state in the Blue Wall State. Dearborn, Michigan is the number one state where our friends of that religion live. And that's where Rashida Tlaib is a congresswoman, Palestinian congresswoman. who's just the only person to basically vote against supporting an ally. He wants their votes. So Joe Biden doesn't have the what I call balls to be like, we're on pro-democracy, pro-Israel, not on pro-Hamas. And that's the problem.
What do they like? What's amazing is that there's no one there to say, like, why are these protests there? Like, if Biden is doing what they want to do, why are they protesting him? Why are no one from Dearborn want to meet with the administration if he's actually doing their bidding? Like, Joe Biden's literally doing the opposite of what this guy is saying. And I wish Joe Biden would do what this guy said.
Yep. Yeah.
But the reason why they're protesting is because he's not. Why would they be protesting him?
But the same reason why the left would try to overthrow Joe Biden becoming president.
It's amazing. They live in such a, like, sort of a bubble, and they're also not even bright enough to not completely contradict themselves within seconds of anything that comes out of their mouths. It's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, that's literally one of the demands is to call on Biden and New York representatives to call for a ceasefire.
It is amazing.
Wait, that's not the right one.
But it also goes to show you that if you have enough money that you've earned through a multi-level marketing scheme, you can make yourself a big show on the right.
Yeah, although I will say I appreciate the crowd shots because that is a demented, sad atmosphere of maybe like 50 people who are probably into like PBD for thousands of dollars for like training courses or some shit.
Exactly. Is there anything more? Should we play the rest of this? We got another minute. Let's do it.
Pro-democracy, pro-Israel, not on pro-Hamas. And that's the problem. And
so here's PBD's conspiracy. Maybe.
The fabric of our community. Part of their playbook. I pointed out so many times on this program. Every 2 years, every 4 years, the Democratic Party plays the race card, creating division and causing unrest in the country.
What they want is just to make trouble. You see, they need this narrative for the election. This is all about the election.
As always, they only care about their own twisted political narrative. And come next November, we, the American people, need to send a message to them at the ballot box.
We've been talking about it, and I think that starting next year in those elections, and the ones that are coming, it's already happening in Seattle. They don't want to defund the police. All across the board, this case should be the rallying cry to end it.
And it should be obvious to everyone, except, of course, those that want to play the race card like they do every 2 and 4 years.
Everybody, I wanted to. I mean, it's. PBD repeats the Republican playbook. And we're supposed to believe he's not just a Republican propagandist.
then the chaos will trickle down because we're going to have leadership at the top that basically speaks truth to power.
Speaks
truth to power. I'll give you the final thoughts before we wrap up.
Power.
Those who care about the Palestinian people should be just as outspoken against Hamas as we are today.
For everyone out there that's watching, everyone out there.
Just to be clear, there's only two ways the right talks about this. You're pro-Israel or you're anti-Israel. Those are the only two things that exist. If you're not pro-Israel, you're anti-Israel. Pro-Palestinian doesn't exist. You're pro-terrorist and you hate Israel. Just like MAGA, if you don't agree with them, you're their enemy. This is what Nazis do.
Oh, sure. That's it. Yeah. We don't need.
What? Is this just orchestrated fake counter, like fake anti-Semitism?
Yes, that is Representative Lauren Boebert walking to George Washington University to stage some sort of speech or stunt in front of a anti-genocide, pro-Palestine rally when she is summarily met with chants of Beetlejuice from the student body, and that just, it's so.
Oh, I thought I heard Jews. I thought I was hearing something about Jews. Funny. That's funny. That's funny. I'm surprised they don't say that. I'm surprised the right isn't pushing that they were saying beat all Jews. Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now when I say it?
Yes, that is Representative Lauren Boebert walking to George Washington University to stage some sort of speech or stunt in front of a anti-genocide, pro-Palestine rally when she is summarily met with chants of Beetlejuice from the student body, and that
fucking hilarious.
Guarantee your spot on Mom's good list this Mother's Day.
All right, settle down, Jesse.
From clout chasers. It's so bad that they compete with one another as though clout is an endangered resource. It's a limited quantity.
Okay.
Terrorist thing. His collar was because he fondled her.
Look at these performative people. Like, this is what Nazis do. This is what fascists do. Anytime they can go use other people, children, the religious, the poor, as a weapon, they will. Every time. Pretty funny.
Just inject it into me. Just get me my member of Congress on the campus of George Washington University.
Yep, it's their nature.
We're blocking everyone else are blocking it, sir.
Watch this. Look at this. Look at the fucking white supremacist entitlement of this fucking Klan Karenhood. Look at this. She's literally ripping down a Palestinian flag. Luckily, it's not the hose beast MTG who would have ripped the whole statue down, probably eaten part of it.
Excuse me, that's a private property. This is private property. This is America, and that shit needs to come down.
I mean, the hatred for the Constitution. That these fucking religion is supposed to control the government. This is America. Take your free speech out of here. Also, stop censoring me in my free speech. She's the government. Her doing that is the government violating the First Amendment. Like, literally, in every sense of the Constitution, her trying to rip that flag down is the government censoring free speech. But she's the real victim, like the Nazis.
Private property. Are you a student here? I'm on faculty here. Then come up here and get that down. Wait, you're on the flag?
Come up here and get that down. Who the fuck do you think you are?
The flag is personal property.
What up, Ponder? How are you?
Get it down.
Has Clay Clark done a story on this yet?
As though Lauren Boebert holds any authority over the campus of George Washington University whatsoever.
So, hopefully I'm going to have time to squeeze these both in. Here is a breakdown of the media's portrayal of all this.
This is not what students bring to school, okay? This is professionals.
Oh, Lord, I feel like I need some therapy after the sheer amount of propaganda that I've witnessed pouring out of politicians and cable news over the past 48 hours about these campus protests. So in this video, I want to focus on one show, Morning Joe, because this is President Joe Biden's favorite show, apparently. Much like Donald Trump watched Fox and Friends, Joe Biden every morning watches Morning Joe. And the amount of garbage that is poured out of this show in particular is incredible. I'm going to focus on two clips here just to save ourselves. I'm not going to watch 6 hours of Morning Joe on this channel to save myself.
Now, when it comes to media literacy, who shows clips and who yells propaganda?
And you. But I will focus on 2 moments to give you an idea of just the level of propaganda they're spewing. So first here, this is Al Sharpton this morning on Morning Joe. This is how he is framing these campus protests.
Let me say this, the politics of that, what is being robbed by them not doing that, Joe, where you and I agree, how do the Democrats, how do all of us on that side say January 6th was wrong if you can have the same...
I mean, this is such a dumb fucking argument. How can you say January 6th is wrong, but this is fine? Well, if the behaviors are the same, what was the intended consequence? So according to Al Sharpton, civil rights was the same as January 6th. How can you support BLM and say January 6th was bad? Is the exact same logic, you dumb fuck. You absolute dumb fuck.
Pictures going on college campuses.
Lord, don't make a parallel with January 6th.
You lose the moral high ground.
That has happened, though. Okay, that has happened. So we know what's going on here.
The literal teachers agree with the students. The cops are initiating the violence. What is the fucking similarity?
Just the latest from the AP, and then we're going to go live to the scene.
January 6th. Let's be very clear here. January 6th was over a lie. They stormed the Capitol because they wanted to overturn the results of a legitimate election. These campus protests are over the fact that their colleges and the U.S. government generally is invested in Israel as Israel is committing mass atrocities in Gaza. If the election was actually stolen, then protesters would be justified in their anger in trying to take back the results of the real election. The reason why January 6th was bad, to be clear, if this isn't clear already, is because the election was not stolen. It was a legitimate election, and those lunatics on Capitol Hill attempted to overturn a legitimate election. This comparison is so like what? You're against all protests now because January 6th. January 6th. It's just I have to laugh because it is so blatantly stupid. Anybody watching this shit and falling for this garbage, like Joe Biden. This is Joe Biden's favorite show. It is incredible. I just want to give credit here to Adam Johnson because he puts this succinctly. The problem with J6 is that they tried to overturn an election based on a lie. If the election were indeed stolen, if, for example, Trump actually did rig 2024 and all other avenues were closed, then protesters would absolutely be justified storming the Capitol. Just so we're clear on why January 6th was bad. Why does this have to be explained? I don't know. But apparently it does it too. It's Al Sharpton. Now, let's get to this has dominated. Dominated a lot of the news over the past, 48 hours now. New York
He's about to give you one of the best breakdowns of how this propaganda works that you can ever get.
City Mayor Eric Adams, there were outside agitators, part of the campus protest. So he's talking specifically of Columbia, going on to say...
Lie about who it is, lie about their intention. Literally lie about everything with the fire hose, and you'll be fine.
Here, so this is during an appearance on CBS Mornings.
Dude, you guys are so... Oh, you can't wait to put him in at the camp? Okay, bye.
He said, quote, once I became aware of the outside...
Dude, it is so funny how easy it is to trigger these neo-Nazis.
Agitators who were part of this...
It's funny how the anti-Semite neo-Nazis who hate immigrants always claim the left are the neo-Nazis.
Operation, as Columbia mentioned in their
Weird how that
request
works.
with the New York City Police Department.
I mean, you see it every stream.
It was clear we had to
and they're never original.
Take appropriate actions when our intelligence division identified those who were professionals, well-trained. So Eric Adams claiming, no, these weren't students, outside agitators coming in. And by the way, he goes on to claim that there was connections to terrorism, which I'll get to later, because first I want to address this incredible moment. Incredible. So this is Deputy Commissioner Tariq Shepard shows the chains used to secure Hamilton Hall at Columbia University. Check this out.
Tell us about this chain.
Yeah, so when we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school.
Booker, honestly, I think we're going to have to pivot. Has been around.
Goddamn pioneer about him.
Told you. Hey, what's up, guys?
Really?
In his heyday,
That's Antifa, baby. It's Antifa.
Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities. These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike locks, and this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall.
Oh my God, the chains.
JYD.
We know these weren't students.
Watch this. Watch this. You cannot believe these had to be outside agitators because of these chains right here, these big visuals.
Because students don't bring these chains. It's not like they were promoted at Columbia Public Safety to use them for their bikes. This exact lock was promoted with a discount to students by Columbia Public Safety. How can you say students at this exact university don't bring it to school? This is from Handsome Be Wonderful, Eric Hart here. This exact, look, kryptonite.
I mean, look at this. They go on national news and they bring this chain around as proof there's some nefarious terrorists. And it's literally the chain that was recommended.
Kryptonite. Kryptonite. It's the exact same. It's the same lock, the same chain. It's the exact same thing. Here it is on the site. They have various versions of this. It's just this is just the most obvious lie. But
that chain is proof that the left and liberals in universities have lost their mind. The visual of the chain.
This is Fox News level. This is like one Google search takes 2 seconds to find out how obvious this lie was.
It's crazy.
And they continued. They continued this bullshit.
Of the city of New York will never be locked out, and we'll always work together to keep our city safe.
There he is sitting beside Eric Adams, New York City mayor, dropping the chains in a dust to make a
I
point,
hear you, bud.
to try and be all dramatic. Again, look at this. This deputy is confronted with the facts. And watch this.
Did you happen to just see the lies being told on national television on MSNBC?
About this change.
Yeah, so when we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school. Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities. These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike locks, and this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall.
Oh my God, the chains! We know these weren't students because students don't bring these chains. It's not like they were promoted at Columbia Public Safety to use them for their bikes. This exact lock was promoted with a discount to students by Columbia Public Safety. How can you say students at this exact university don't bring it to school? This is from Handsome Be Wonderful, Eric Hart here. Look, kryptonite. 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 It's the exact same. It's the same lock, the same chain. It's the exact same thing. Here it is on the site. They have various versions of this. It's just this is just the most obvious lie. This is Fox News level. This is like one Google search takes 2 seconds to find out how obvious this lie was. And they continued.
Never heard of
They
those.
continued this bullshit.
Of the city of New York will never be locked out, and we'll always work together to keep our city safe.
There he is sitting beside Eric Adams, New York City mayor, dropping the chains in a dust to make a point, to try and be all dramatic. Again, look at this. This deputy is confronted with the facts. And watch this.
LOL.
Look at this.
This is the same chain.
Look at this. This is an industrial.
Is this the same thing?
This is not.
Why was this brought here? Where's the deputy commissioner?
Why was this like? Because these.
Look how he's covering, at every point he's holding this, he is covering the kryptonite logo on the lock, because it is the exact same lock and chain from the photos.
Because these are the locks that we cut off for the doors in Hamilton.
Were any outside agitators arrested at Columbia's Hamilton Hall?
I think Commissioner wanted to address that already.
No, they
wanted to address. Is that next? We'll get to that. I forget how we structured this. So, yeah, here it is. As Matt Binder writes, Eric Adams asked live on MSNBC about how many non-students were arrested at Columbia. Adams gets flustered, then says it was two individuals, and then he refuses to name them. But watch this.
By all this, but we've heard from your team that there are these nameless leaders who were involved. Can you tell us who they were, or at least how many of them there are?
Well, first, I always suspected that something was happening, and I'm happy that the confirmation of my suspicion turned out to be accurate when our intelligence division briefed me on two particular individuals. One of them, husband, was arrested for terrorism as well. Some of the paraphernalia and pamphlets that we saw, individuals we saw who were not CUNY students, were there training individuals. We saw the escalation of the tactics that were being used, and so it has been reported on some of the individuals that just stated. I choose not to give notoriety to people who participate in activities like that, but it has been online. The police department has reported, and I'm sure if you reach out to the intelligence division.
So it's out there and online, but like, go do your research.
They'll give you based on the information we want.
Thanks,
to
Mayor Adams.
And this is extremely active, continue to evolve, and we want to continue to do the thorough investigations that we have been doing.
This is a high schooler bullshitting his way through an essay question on a test. Did not name any. Mentions the only thing he does, he refuses to name them, but then references a person that the NYPD already confirmed wasn't arrested and wasn't even there. So this interview was in the afternoon. You see 5:53 here. This is from the morning. That morning, 10:30. NYPD Deputy Commissioner Rebecca Weiner now says the unidentified wife of a man convicted of terrorism wasn't actually part of last night's protest. And by the way, we'll get to her because it's just incredible. She says the woman was on the Columbia campus last week and that we have no evidence of any criminal wrongdoing on her part. She has nothing to do with this. This is who she's a retired teacher. Saw inspiration in Columbia's protests. Eric Adams called her an outside agitator. So this is from the AP, this piece here. Here she is, this nice old lady. this is one of the outside
That's the
agitators.
terrorists.
One of the two. Other one, who knows, that hasn't named. But we're still investigating. We'll show you. We'll have your. There's lots of them. So many of them. But I can't name any of them. But we're still investigating. And by the way, her husband, this guy here, a jury declined to convict him of any charges. And many are viewing this as an example of excessive government overreach. Yes, but look, his name is Sami Al-Iran. Oh, scary. He must be guilty. He did something. I don't know what, but I can feel it. He did something wrong. He's clearly a criminal. And by association, the retired teacher wife, also a criminal for some reason. I don't know why.
This is wild.
I am. As you can see, I've lost my goddamn mind.
This is a level of propaganda that is fucking scary.
It is just so insane to me.
George Soros probably did this.
How blatant all of this bullshit is. And this is the shit that gets repeated on TV over and over again on President Joe Biden's favorite cable news show. And this is the perspective he has.
What up, KRS-One?
This is a great message here from College Democrats of America. This is a group associated with the DNC. And here they are coming out and saying college Democrats voters are not to be taken for granted by the Democratic Party. We reserve the right to criticize our party when it fails to listen to us. It is really good. It's a fantastic sign to see an organization that is associated with the Democratic Party come out and be willing to say this. You also have things like that. Again, a lot of the stuff being ignored. I've covered in previous videos how the faculty has stood with the students. All of this is largely being ignored. You have the UAW here also standing with the mass protest. Sean Fain saying we will never support the mass arrest or intimidation of those exercising their right to protest, strike, or speak out against injustice. Our union has been calling for a ceasefire for 6 months. This war is wrong, and its response against students and academic workers, many of them UAW members, is wrong. And Max Kennerly here writing, anyone who draws a comparison between Jan 6 and Columbia reveals that they don't understand or don't care about the significance of January 6. Trump's mob stormed Congress to thwart the people's vote in the 2020 election. That's not a protest. It's a threat to democracy itself. And I want to leave you on this. I'm not going to play this for you because it's 8 minutes long, but...
I will.
From New York, I'm Chris Hayes. Today, one of the nation's most punishing...
Shout out to Chris Hayes. He's one of the reasons... He's one of the few people that still have a job that are willing to speak like this. Most everybody else that speaks like this has lost their job. So I'm going to press play on this. I've got to feed the pups and get ready for our show. But I'm going to press play. It'll probably take me like 3 minutes.
And restrictive abortion bans went into effect in the third largest state in the union. In the state of Florida, it is now a felony to, quote, perform or actively participate in an abortion after 6 weeks gestation. That is just 2 weeks after a missed period. It's before many, many women even know that they are pregnant. The ban does, at least statutorily, provide exceptions for rape, incest, human trafficking up to 15 weeks of pregnancy, and to save a woman's life or to prevent, quote, substantial and irreversible physical impairment.
Wait, wrong
we've
segment.
learned from those exceptions in other states, and what providers in Florida say is the man responsible.
Opinion, because I am. So, can read him. I don't.
Has kept in his life. I asked how they would rule on abortion. Of course, Donald Trump's
and Gorsuch,
Samuel L. Jackson. We let him out. He's in their abortion bans, and if he's elected, a group of students at Morehouse College, historically black college in Atlanta, were frustrated by what they said was the school's slow progress on civil rights, and they protested. They've been rebuffed. So they locked the college trustees in their office for 2 days and essentially held them hostage. Now, one of the trustees was Martin Luther King Sr., father of the recently slain civil rights leader. He began having chest pains, and one of the students later said, "We let him out of there so he wouldn't be accused of murder." That student and his classmates eventually gave up under a promise of amnesty from the college. The college reneged, and he was expelled. It would be years before he was rehabilitated, decades before he became known the world over as actor Samuel L. Jackson. Now, I tell this story for two reasons. One, to remind us that college activism has long been a part of college education. The other reason, though, is to get a sense of proportion, which seems lacking today. As we watch the disturbing imagery emerge from campuses at Columbia, UCLA, University of Texas, University of South Florida, so many others, where cops, or in some cases mobs, took down pro-Palestinian student encampments and protests, as well as professors and journalists and just random bystanders. The cumulative effect of all this coverage, along with some unverified assertions from police and politicians, has been to drive home the idea that student protests are basically a terrorist-level threat, that they have to be neutralized by battalions of cops armed like soldiers with MRAPs and sonic cannons. The reason this seems to me a reaction that's out of proportion to the protests themselves. It seems especially true when you look at some other campuses like Brown University, where administrators negotiated with student protesters who took down their encampment, and Wesleyan University, whose president said the protesting there was nonviolent and non-disruptive, adding, as long as it continues in this way, the university will not attempt to clear the encampment. Now, these universities, crucially, have reiterated their important existing rules against anti-Semitic invective and harassment, certainly, while also protecting assembly, which seems sensible, also out of step with what you're seeing elsewhere. Because ever since October 7th, when Hamas committed its atrocities in Israel, there has been this obsessive media focus on college campuses. And that's true partly because there are genuine issues worth debating, including the degree to which universities are creating spaces that are hostile to pro-Israel Jewish students, where they feel under threat, or universities, the degree to which they're suppressing pro-Palestinian speech. And those issues really do matter. But the way that so many prominent voices have focused so exclusively on colleges feels honestly a bit decadent to me. Like we're doing a paper doll version of the conflict, because the actual reality of what's happening in Gaza is so horrific, unceasing, and high stakes. It's more enjoyable to argue about what college kids are doing than to confront the human misery and destruction that's happening in the actual conflict. That is, of course, the source of these protests. What seems most worth debating isn't campus speech, but whether the U.S. government should continue to fund and support an Israeli war in Gaza that has pushed more than 1 million people to the brink of famine, a war that has damaged half of the buildings in Gaza, a war that has failed to bring home most of the hostages held by Hamas, that has in fact led to the death of some of those hostages, as well as the deaths of an estimated 34,000 Palestinians, including roughly 10,000 women and 13,000 children. Is that ongoing effort morally defensible? Is it strategically wise? Are we as a nation doing the right or wrong thing in continuing to support it? Now, whenever that becomes a question, it almost becomes reflexive to challenge the questioner. And I can't help but think of the protests that marked the lead up to the Iraq War, which were both widely attended and widely attacked. And many, many prominent war supporters, including one-time student protester Christopher Hitchens, blasted those demonstrations. And he pointed to the fact that some of the people organizing the protests held genuinely odious and fringe views. For instance, the view that North Korea is a worker's paradise and a great place. That's a horrible view. There were protest organizers with bad views, lots of them. There were people at the protests with terrible views. There were people who thought 9/11 was an inside job. I would argue with them myself at protests. Did that have anything to do at all with whether the war in Iraq was moral and prudent? No. The war in Iraq demonstrably was neither. On that, the protesters were right. Which brings us back to Columbia University, where 56 years ago, almost to the day, student protesters took over the same building, Hamilton Hall, that was occupied earlier this week. They, too, were forcibly removed and arrested. Many were bloodied and beaten for protesting, among other things, the university's involvement in the Vietnam War. They believed the war was a moral catastrophe and the U.S. should stop waging it. They were right. And the fact that there were absolutely genuine extremists among those protesters in '68, again, had no bearing on whether they were right or not about that. What I find particularly maddening about our focus on the protesters of the conflict is that it's an invasion. It avoids the difficult task of being universally empathetic to our fellow human beings and truly reckoning with the scale of devastation that is wrought by our country in our names, with our support. In the aftermath of 9/11, we waged a global war on terror for 2 decades that killed an estimated 430,000 people, many of them children, women, elderly, innocents. In Vietnam, we are estimated to have killed more than 1 million people, huge swaths of them civilians, women, children, male non-combatants, old people, and the like. Can you even make sense of those numbers? I can't. No one can.
How about Nagasaki?
It's hard to think of them, to contend with them as actual real human beings who lived lives before he took them, who were people like you and I, who were loved by the people in their lives. It is much easier to get angry at the spoiled brats on college campuses. Why are they being so disruptive? What are they so upset about? If you feel that way, which I can understand, honestly, I felt irritation and anger at protesters many times in my life, even ones I was ostensibly on the same side as, broadly speaking. If you feel that way, just try recasting the question. Why are all these people so upset that we're helping a government wage a brutal war that's killed 13,000 children? The question kind of answers itself. To take seriously the scale of human suffering that's happening in Gaza doesn't mean you must come down the side of the protesters, certainly. There are many people who think the war is a brutal but necessary campaign for Israel's defense. What it does necessitate is that you weigh all the human suffering against the actual end game of the conflict that is currently being waged and is unarticulated as of now. A conflict the U.S. continues to support. Our humanity demands we focus on...
Does anybody know what the stated objective of this conflict is? Is it to get the hostages that Israel slowly killing back?
Those questions, first and last.
So at least somebody is out there speaking of some form of reality. Mayor sent me this. Hold on. Real men wear diapers. Trump 2024. Okay. Real men wear diapers. I guess it just depends on who you support. Hey-o! The stream brought to you by Depends. Not a cult.
24 hours, Republican after Republican have made some of the most humiliating and just strangest appearances on TV from Locks as play their topics. Play it.
In your words, why it came to...
Look, it's the serial animal killer. Look, it's the philandering adulterer who kills animals in the name of Jesus.
That decision. I mean, unfortunately, dogs that are violent sometimes have to be put down. But I guess people, because
I hate how the left-wing media always is just a wing of the Democratic Party. I mean, sometimes we just have to kill dogs. I don't know why everybody's mad at you. I mean, just because you're a good traditional family who has an affair with a married man, you're working outside of the home in a position of power, like we believe all traditional women should, and you murder animals.
The dog set, is there a difference which way you put a dog down? I'm not really sure, but I don't think people understood it. I want to give you a chance to explain.
Let me allow the animal killer a chance on my air, to rehab themselves. Because the left-wing media is unfair and biased.
Well, Sean, you know how the fake news works. They leave out some or most of the facts.
It's all programming. Everything is programming. Everything.
The story, they put the worst spin on it, and that's what's happened in this case. I hope people really do buy this book and they find out the truth of this.
And by the time somebody who actually buys into this takes the time to read it, they read it, logically understand, and they go right back to supporting it.
Story, because the truth of the story is that this was a working dog, and it was not a puppy. It was a dog that was extremely dangerous. It had come to us from a family who had found her way too aggressive. We were her second chance, and the day she was put down was a day that she massacred livestock that were part of our neighbors. She attacked me, and it was a hard decision. And the reason it's in the book is because this book is filled with tough, challenging decisions that I've had to make throughout my life. And
now here's MAGA Republican Troy Nehls just a little bit earlier in the day, and here's
she's proud of it. She's proud of killing the dog.
Troy
Makes her
Nehls
strong.
saying that he believes that it's the Congress's duty to help Donald Trump get reelected, not help the American people. Play the clip.
Everything that we do in the House of Representatives should be in the best interest of getting Donald Trump reelected.
That's a guy paid for by the taxpayers.
This guy right here.
Now here's Donald Trump's chief legal counsel, Alina Habba, filming her into a ball pit. Play this clip.
A fucking freak.
Here is MAGA Republican Senator J.D. Vance saying that he does not believe that former Vice President Pence should have felt that his life was at risk and that this is all part of some kind of fake news operation. Play this clip.
The last time I checked, President Biden wasn't approving of the chance to hang his vice president and did not call his vice president when their life was in danger on Capitol Hill, something that Mike Pence himself has testified to. So my question is, does it give you any pause to be his vice president, given how he has treated Mike Pence?
Caitlin, I'm extremely skeptical that Mike Pence's life was ever in danger. I think politics people.
I love when media figures are just over the bullshit and can't keep a straight face.
People like to really exaggerate things from time to time. I know a lot of folks.
This is where they have to say, not like a scolding parent, but say, okay, let me get you on record. Are you saying they were not chanting hang Mike Pence? Or is that just fake news that we concocted? Like, they don't have any fucking respect for themselves. They let these fascist pigs come on and every day say on their own air to their own face, you guys are the liars, not me. And you take no offense. Because if you took offense and you're like, fuck you, prove where we were lying. How about these? Then they're partisan for telling the truth.
The Democratic Party.
I mean, there is no weaker human being than these motherfuckers right here. To their face every hour, you're lied to about you.
A lot of folks in the Democratic Party, Caitlin, act as if...
And they're like, oh, please come back on tomorrow. Please come back on and tell me how stupid. Like, it's like the sadist and the masochist.
January the 6th was the scariest moment of their lives. I think
notice over and over again, they're just parroting Donald Trump talking points. It's the fake news. You heard what Kristi Noem said. Fake news.
I forgot something.
Former Vice President Pence shouldn't have felt the way he did when people were saying to hang him. By the way, here's Kristi Noem again, and here she says that this is just what people do in rural America. In rural America, people kill their dogs. They kill their puppies. They kill their goats. It just happens all the time. They just shoot them. Play this clip.
And that was the situation that we were dealing with. And I'm a dog lover. I've trained dogs for years. I've been around hundreds of them, of course. And so this was a tough situation and very difficult. But that's what happens in rural America many times. And
no, Kristi Noem, that's not a normal thing. That's not what takes place. Here is Donald Trump's main lawyer, Alina Habba, as well, on right-wing media, spreading this propaganda that she says Donald Trump is the strongest and most energetic person that she's ever met. Play this clip.
Yeah, I mean, you're on a trial and the thing that you do is go campaign. There's literally nobody tougher or more energetic than President Trump. I can tell you that. I'm pretty sure if it was me, I'd be resting.
And here is Lisa Rubin, though, a reporter for MSNBC. I think she does a great job. She's a lawyer as well. She's in the courtroom, and here's how she reported that how Donald Trump looks like in the trial itself, in the Manhattan criminal trial. Play this clip.
Really quickly, if I can, Lisa, your observations on Donald Trump today.
Sleeping. Again, they have tried a number of different devices. Yeah, sleeping for a lot of it. I would say they've tried a number of different devices to keep Trump awake, partially in response, or what appears to be in response to collective press corps observations. So, for example, when there are sidebars, an attorney doesn't leave his side anymore because leaving him alone means leaving him to potentially sleep. He has a stack of papers with him at all times now to go through. But neither of those things seem to have protected Trump from his own exhaustion today. More than not, when I looked up to see how Trump was receiving the testimony.
I mean, they can't just say it. They can't just say it. Dude can't keep his eyes open in his own trial.
Trump was not receiving it at all because his eyes were closed.
Baby shitters. Now, here is a video from a week or two ago of the MAGA boxer Ryan Garcia, who went to Mar-a-Lago after this clip that Ryan sent this response from. She speaks those events, and she said,
of your enemy.
MAGA prophet who gives.
I mean, the left are the crazy ones. Ready?
These speeches. Play this clip.
My children, you are about to see biblical type plagues strike some of your enemies, even on their faces. Boils will be seen. See who was infected by them. See how they will try to explain it away. But know your enemies are very afraid, just as they were in Egypt. Watch as you have read in my word, and now you will see plagues in your time, to show you I am still the same God, and I still deliver my people from the enemy, saith the Lord.
Did you know that Fast Growing Trees is the biggest online nursery?
Dude, their fucking ads piss me off so much. It's so distracting to the flow of what they're trying to do.
Like MAGA pastors, or however they claim to be, I put it in quotes, giving a prayer before Donald Trump speaks. Look how odd this is. Play this clip.
We ask that you put a hedge of protection around President Trump.
Imagine if anybody did this about Joe Biden, what they would be doing. It would be on every right-wing influencer and channel for 3 days. If this was if this was somebody saying it about Joe Biden. But if you point it out, you have Trump derangement syndrome.
And deliver him from the baseless attacks and remove from office those who are subverting justice in our legal system. We thank you for hearing our prayers today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Then from that speech, or the same day, This next one's from Michigan. Donald Trump spoke in Wisconsin and Michigan. Here is the losing gubernatorial MAGA Republican gubernatorial candidate Tudor Dixon from Michigan, and here she makes these just despicable comments about the Democratic governor, very popular Gretchen Whitmer. Play this clip.
I don't know if you saw the latest video where she talks about nicknames. She has a bunch of different nicknames. She left one out. Did you notice that? You know the nickname I'm talking about? Stretchin' Gretchen? Just between us girls, when you're campaigning, you hear a lot of stuff you normally wouldn't hear. And one of our legislators told me that Lee Chatfield was actually pretty familiar with that name. I guess I can't accuse her of being nonpartisan or not bipartisan anymore, huh? She is bipartisan, apparently.
I did a whole other video of this, and I hope you watched it, but Governor Gretchen Whitmer is a survivor of sexual assault, and in 2013, Governor Whitmer gave a very compelling speech. Go look at the other video I made of this when she was in the state Senate, and Tudor Dixon knows that, and it's just so utterly despicable, that conduct. Here's Marjorie. This is all happening in 24 hours, by the way. All this stuff I'm showing you all happened in 24 hours. This is who that's why I'm showing you different looks of who the MAGA Republican Party is. I could show you more Trump videos, but you've seen that, so I'm not going to do that now. Here's from the same 24-hour period. I did a whole video series on that. Here's Marjorie Taylor Greene explaining why she voted against an anti-Semitism bill to stop anti-Semitism. Play this clip.
This particular bill, this was a Mike Lawler bill, and this bill had some language in there talking about the way they define anti-Semitism with the contemporary language. And a particular example that struck many of us that we're concerned about is that possibly a contemporary example of anti-Semitism, according to this bill, could be the very belief that we all believe in the gospel, if you're a Christian, is that Jesus was handed over to be killed, and that decision was made by the Jews. According to that definition, that could be considered anti-Semitism.
And then let me just show you this to.
I mean, yeah, it could be. It could be considered anti-Semitism. Absolutely. But, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, so, let's do this thing. Let's grab our boy. My fucking mouth hurts. What up, brother?
Hey. What up, what up?
How are you doing?
Good. I watched 3 of my favorite music videos, so now I'm in a great headspace right now.
Nice.
If you ever want an earworm that is 2 minutes and 35 seconds long, there's a song out that the music video and the song is hilarious, and it won't get your audio muted. You won't get a copyright strike from Twitch.
Nice.
Because I've played it on streams. So if you ever want
well, Twitch doesn't copyright strike you. They just mute stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Let me correct what I said. They won't mute the audio on this song. I've played it on my streams and uploaded the VODs. But, yeah, it's called Now You're a Single Mom, if you ever want some lulls at any point during the show. Classic. It's a banger. But I warn you, it's infectious. You'll be humming the theme for days. The chorus is fire. How's everyone doing tonight?
They all said good, I think.
Awesome.
For anybody that doesn't know you, why don't you tell me who you are?
We got a jungler. I am a variety streamer, but I'm mostly addicted to League of Legends and Marauders as a first-person shooter. I play some World of Warships. I dabble in some horror games because I scream like a little girl, and I have absolutely no sense to distinguish the video game from not reality. So I jump out of my seat and get fucking scared as fuck, legitimately.
I mean, that's why I don't play those games. That's exactly why I don't play those games.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. How's it? Yeah, I'm a bit of a right-leaning person, but take that with a grain of salt, because if you ask me 10 questions, I think it'd shock you. where I line up. I think there needs to be a new party. I don't know if I'm happy with either of these.
Well,
fucking.
Here's the thing. That while people say that all the time, right? And I do believe our two-party system is fucked.
Okay,
right?
Really? See, I didn't actually. I
hate our government.
Okay.
The Democrats and the Republicans are both corporations run by corporations. Like, that's it. I mean, fundamentally, the DNC and the RNC are the nonprofit corporation that control the Democrat and the Republican parties. They are funded and make their money by other corporations. Like, I'm not like spewing a conspiracy. Just when you break it down technically.
No, that's real shit.
You have a corporation controlling the politicians. If there's a third party, what do you think's going to happen?
Right. Yeah.
They're just going to be somehow independent of all the money in politics?
I mean, I'm a bit of a dreamer.
But that's how stupid the whole idea is. Like, to me, right, top down.
Sure.
The only way things will ever really change is if there is enough pressure put on the capital class that funds the RNC and the DNC for them to fund something different. If there's ever enough pressure put on organizations by the working class,
cheers, everybody,
that say we are not going to service this system anymore until we're represented. Because fighting Democrat and Republican is just fighting to allow the corporations to control the narrative. So,
meet your new boss, same as the old boss.
So the only way any real change happens is if it becomes in the best interest of corporations to get their money out of the politics.
Shit.
And the only way that happens is we, the people,
create some radical change.
But
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, but that's what we need is a fucking national strike.
Sorry.
But not just for worker pay. Like, there needs to be a worker strike that demands a change to our system.
Sure. Okay.
Like, simple. Well, imagine if soldiers had a say in how soldiers are treated when they leave the military.
So can I ask you a question as a pleb?
Yeah.
Like someone who doesn't try to even act like I know what the fuck's up.
Right.
When we talk about like there's positions like Secretary of State or Attorney General, you have these like would there like don't like logically like shouldn't there be like a scientist that is appointed that has some official capacity?
So you're saying if you're going to put somebody if you're going to put somebody wait if you're going to put somebody in charge of housing and urban development, it shouldn't be a brain surgeon. It should be somebody that does housing and urban development.
For sure.
Right?
So I guess,
put an expert in the position.
So like what if there's a the head of the science department?
Well, let's say the FDA. Right, because they're the ones that check.
That's pretty sciencey.
Well, they're the ones that check to make sure our meat isn't poisoned and make the regulations around it
and create the quality standards.
Right. So we need to assume they're scientists, right?
I hope so, man.
And well, that's the thing. For some reason, here's the thing.
That's right. Okay.
For some reason, not for some reason. This is like the boring part of government, right?
Okay.
And because it's the boring part of government, a lot of media knows nobody's going to go look it up.
Sure.
And if somebody like me goes and looks it up, it doesn't mean anything because there's nothing we can do about it. So they've learned, as long as it's something that most people aren't even going to look at, they can just tell you what they want. And the danger becomes not always checking how many things you believe in that aren't rooted in something. Like other than when I'm triggered, which I was today. when you send me something, I typically will look at it, and I won't be the most charitable of like a response. I'm just going to tell you what I think.
And I almost look for that because you're the only person that does that.
So I'm just going to tell you what I think.
Everyone else will walk on eggshells.
A lot of times in there's parts where I'm like, here's the true part.
Right.
And I think that is essential for not going down ignorance. Like what I see happen, and this is like an observation over the almost year we've been doing this, right?
Okay.
There is a core ideology that people have, right?
Sure.
And if that core ideology is stronger and more a bigger contributing message than anything else, then
it'll be hard to.
It's not even hard. Logic will be rejected.
Oh shit!
There's an old saying about a piano that's been out of tune. You can't come tune it once and expect it like to stay in tune. You have to like retrain the wires, and you have to do it often enough at the beginning to stop it from going too far out of whack. Similar when we wrap a car and we stretch vinyl, you have to do what's called post-heating because the vinyl has a pre-existing shape, like that type of vinyl. It's like calendar vinyl or something like that. But it literally has molecules that are designed to keep it in shape. And you have to heat it to a certain temperature to let its new shape be the shape the molecules work for.
Oh, cool. Science.
Right? I mean, literally, that's how the wrapping material, some of the best wrap material will stretch up to 40%. Like, you're not just laying it on there. You're literally pulling it around. So, like, this material needs to be reformed into its new place. And because of all the individual algorithms that people have, you, like, as an example, are surrounded in your algorithm by all the stuff that you've always watched, right? And
I will show you my algorithm live, and I think you'd be surprised.
Wait.
I'll let you make your point. Continue.
So, I mean, even if it's like not grow, you know what I mean? Like,
I'll be your huckleberry, dude.
Okay.
Use me as. Go ahead.
Right.
Go ahead.
So, what ends up happening is there is an emotional comfort level, and that often controls what content of available people watch. And you're better than the majority, right? Because the majority won't engage in the conversation on most sides, right? I actually have a clip that I want us to play to kind of point this out.
Okay.
So what I see that happens is if you have a core ideology that gives you more feedback throughout a period of time than the logic that dispels the stuff you're watching, the logic will never take root. Because like it's people that have been out of a religious cult for 15 years that still have ingrained fears based on the indoctrination of the cult. They know they're not real. Doesn't matter. You know, like a phobia almost.
Sure, absolutely.
And it's been planted so deep that logic can't overcome the emotion. And when you look at people's worldview, they often, even unintentionally, seek to just reinforce it, even if they're not getting a complete story, because they don't want to question what they believe, because you might have to go back and reevaluate and take, hey, I was wrong. I was totally wrong about this. I shouldn't have said that. I wished I wouldn't have gotten that so wrong.
Yeah.
And then you try to not make decisions as fast.
I remember early on in the stream, I remember you telling me, like, you can't convince someone, you can't change someone's mind if they're emotionally invested. You have to only show them new evidence, and they have to draw the conclusion themselves. Like, you can't.
It's got to be a process of discovery, not scolding. Not
process of discovery.
Yeah, it's the way it works is if I say it, it's a lie. If you say it, it must be true. So there's no sense in me debating people to tell them, here's the thing you need to know. It's only worth knowing that stuff and helping people get to it. Like, that's why people hate my style of communication, because it's rooted in questions that people know they don't want to answer. So they get defensive and I become the enemy, right? I know, dude. I know. I get it. Like, that's the thing.
On the nose there.
I know. It's like, but people need to get comfortable at just analyzing their own beliefs. It's better to get it right than to be right. If you focus on it, if I am feeling uncomfortable about this question, why? I also told you when you start to feel real emotional, like the Graham Hancock time you went off semi-recently, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That was all emotion. And there's nothing I can do or say at that period because it's the emotion that needs to be addressed first before you can get the logic.
Yes, and then I got the logic with the whole...
Right. But there's still, the funny thing is, this is the backwards thing that works that I'm not able to do yet, right? I can give you that guy and debunk something. But the idea of the conspiracy against alternative science that universities, that still exists. Like a small part of the conspiracy that deals just with Graham Hancock has been addressed, but it doesn't destroy all the things that hinge on that same thing.
But or rather, in this instance, it doesn't destroy what he's saying about other things like Younger Dryas impact theory, for example.
Well, and that is also based on your wait. It's based on your acceptance of his theory.
Is to say, even crazy Alex Jones is right about some shit. You know what I mean?
And but that's the thing.
I think Graham's right about this one thing, though.
Well, and so but that's the thing is I believe, right? I'm very uncomfortable with Building 7. Always have been, always will be.
My friends, I'm not gonna dox him on stream, but he's from Brantford, Connecticut, and his father was thrown back from the basement explosions in building 1 or 2. I don't know. I'm not going to get into the specifics.
I'm bothered.
I'm just going to shut up.
I'm bothered.
Shut up now.
But look, you're not freaking out emotionally in the same way because to you, this is a logical disconnection, but you also don't have a conclusion.
I also went to war because
right. Okay, so like you got your issues, right?
Time to process
right. So there's a lot of questions, but also your attachment to that. It feels like it's rooted in knowing you don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas your attachment to Graham is he's right.
I feel like he's right about
this. But you see what I'm saying? It's the same thing, but your reaction is totally different because of the emotion attached to one over the other.
Yeah.
And until there's a way to work on that in a bigger scale, it's like all I feel like can be done is to keep trying to take bricks down. But while those bricks are being taken down, other bricks are getting put in there. And it's like you can't make a dent in the overall thing about it. Well, the guy that I gave you that video on, Jungler,
yeah,
he did a lecture in like Virginia Tech, something like that, UVA, I can't remember. And the purpose of the lecture was showing the pseudoscience to alt-right pipeline. So I talk about these things that grab people susceptible to something and bring them to something else. And I also say Joe Rogan is a pipeline to the alt-right. And notice Joe Rogan always has pseudoscience on his podcast. And so whether it's on purpose or by accident, this is a process of creating a mindset that nothing is real. And now you're highly suggestible to anything you want to believe. Science, it is a psyop.
Yeah.
Like, here's a deep, weird thing, and then I want to move on to this video, right?
Okay.
I study all this stuff. Like, even off stream, I watch things that I don't cover on stream. Like, always doing something to learn more about this underbelly of information.
Samesies.
And there is this organization called Office of Net Assessment that is an actual government office that works through universities to fund radical projects, PSYOP projects, psychology experiments, like the MK, believe MK Ultra. No, I mean, these are facts, right? I can get you the material.
Alex Jones, that was good. That was good.
I can get the material from the government websites discussing who the people are and what they do, and like, it's all there. But if I say that, it sounds the same as other conspiracies, which is a lot of what conspiracies are designed to do. When I talk about LARPs, if you can control both sides of the narrative, you can control what people believe. It's no different than the RNC and the DNC. If you can control the narrative and the media comes out and it tells you these bike chains and locks are proof that there's domestic terrorists coming onto campuses, except these are the materials the campus told them to buy to secure their bikes. So it's all bullshit. But when you see whether it's mainstream media doing it or alternative media doing it, when you look into the facts and you read the letters from faculty and you do the research, you see all the bullshit.
Could we do like a bonus stream
on
any day that's good for you?
For what? I mean, topic.
I want to watch I want to sit down and live and watch this episode of Flagrant recently with this guy who has a doctorate degree. He's smart. I don't know.
When you want to stream on your stream as that thing, you let me know.
Oh shit! All right.
I'm almost always up for that. If you're gonna watch something, I'm almost like, as long as you give me a little bit of warning.
All right, cool.
Okay, so this video, I think I might have sent it to you because I did ask your opinion. And spoiler alert, I posted it in the Discord too, to see what other people would think about it.
Okay.
Right? And as I suspected, right?
Children. And whether you are black.
As I suspected, the trigger.
That's a fun word, by the way.
Not the trigger, but like the auto response to a lot of the key phrases mentioned in here are used as dog whistles.
Am I allowed to give you my response first? Or
yeah, sure.
Watch the video again?
Sure.
Okay. So, well, I guess let's watch the. No, it makes more sense contextually. This isn't Star Wars. I'm not going to give you the ending first.
All right, take it easy, Quentin Tarantino.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children. And whether you are black or you are white, no matter what race that you are, there are certain things about being a man and being a good man when it comes to character and integrity and safeguarding the helpless and sticking up for those who need it and being a good man of reputation. None of that has to do with skin color. Everything has to do with the character of the man. Probably not an answer that some people would say is important, but that's where the world has gone, where we think that the most important thing about us is our skin color or our gender or our political affiliation or all these different identity politics or the identities that we put on each other, when really we're just human beings on this earth. And there are certain things about being a good person that transcend skin color and age and sex and religion and all of those different things.
I love that answer.
Okay. I don't like the other guy, by the way. I'm not a fan of the other guy.
I think right off the rip, it's the first part is just like he's not understanding. He's not at least acknowledging the exposure for culture. Like
you're saying, go ahead.
He's saying there's a universal morality that I want to instill that has nothing to do with. He's saying skin color, and he's using identity politics to frame what he meant by that. But on its face, when you say skin color like that, you're talking about people's culture. So it's deeper than when you're saying, well, I'm not raising a black kid, I'm raising a kid, and he's going to be a good person regardless.
Well, Tail Gunner hit the first most important part.
Yeah, you're not talking about culture. At that point, you're saying that child's not gonna have any exposure to their own culture.
Okay,
which I think is.
Tail Gunner said, "What was the question?" Was the question, how do you feel about raising black children? I mean, if that's the question, he's almost just repeating the question and being like, I don't look at it as I'm raising black children. It doesn't mean he's not going to have the talk. It doesn't mean he's not going to explain racism. He might mean that. My instinct the first time I saw it was to think that's what he meant. But the more I thought about it, and I just took myself out of it, and I was like, if I gave all charitability to this guy and he was me saying this, how could I see it that way? Because I don't know this guy. Does he have 2 black boys? And that's why he says men later? Or does he have a black boy and a black girl and he's just doing a manly thing? Right?
Right, sure.
If they're both boys, then saying men, he wants to raise his boys into men. I mean, that's the end of the road. Sorry,
yeah.
I couldn't help myself. That's the sorry. So like, when I do my most charitable take on this, if he was asked, how do you feel about raising black children? And my answer would be like, well, I don't really see it as raising black children. Like,
just raising
all children need these skill sets
to succeed in life.
And I don't want it to be about identity and all this other bullshit.
Right.
Well, Missy, the thing is, anything other than what I'm saying is possible, because I'm not saying this is what he's saying. I'm saying there is a way to view this in which every single thing he says, I agree with. If I look at it from my perspective and use his words, he doesn't necessarily disagree with me. But all these words evoke emotion and make it almost impossible to not inject your own preconceived bias into the statement. This is why I thought it was such a good experiment. Because he literally doesn't say anything wrong.
Right.
He also doesn't confirm anything.
Yeah, I just think that first part,
it feels weird
on its face.
Yes.
Yeah, because you're like, well, so this kid's not gonna have any exposure to their own culture, or like, what do you don't want him to have any black culture, or like, what are you saying? And then he goes on to explain what he means, and you're like, well, that's a righteous statement from a good man, so that's not anything to belittle. But at the same time, it doesn't feel good going down that first part. You're kind of like,
when you talk about, I believe in a colorblind society, typically what that means is I want to ignore the inequalities as we move forward. Like, that's normally what race blind means, right? Race neutral laws. That means we can't teach things that show the inequalities, right? There's a lot of what these neutral laws are. And what that's doing is creating a scenario where there is a ongoing battle for like what information is allowed to happen, what freedoms we're allowed to have, what rights we're allowed to impose on others. You know, one person feels their free speech is being destroyed. Another person feels a business is sticking to their terms of service.
I'm all for judging people on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. I don't think that should mean we should ignore people's culture.
By a lot of people that say,
I don't want to delete
a lot of people that say content of their character is using it to dismiss racism. They say it so that you can't call them racist because, no, I'm not racist. We judge people on their character. And when I see a black pilot, I'm more afraid than if I see a white pilot.
the context of what Charlie Kirk said was that
if I see a black pilot instead of Top Gun,
was now that 25% of
we lower standards if we bring black people on. Yeah, that's what he was saying. I get it. When you have women and black pilots, you lower the standards. When I see a white pilot, it's like Top Gun. I know he's real. I mean, it's just misogyny and racism. As I tell you, it always comes back to the same thing every fucking time. It will always come back to misogyny and racism. It's just how it is. And what happens is they give you the clues to interpret it. This guy, we don't have any clues. We'd have to watch more of this to know. And that's the thing is, it's not that you can't judge what people are saying. You need enough information to judge what they're saying.
Yeah. And I think what he was saying was, if we're just going to hire a bunch of people, regardless of if it's a woman or a black person, I'm going to be questioning if they're a good pilot just from the increase of hiring people so rapidly to fill pilot slots.
So,
but I understand what you're saying.
But let's say rapid hiring is the problem, right?
Right.
Then what does it have to wait? If rapid hiring is the problem, what does the white pilot compared to the black pilot or the woman have to do with rapid hiring? Unless you're assuming the white guy was hired for merit and the woman and the black guy were hired as diversity hires to equal out the workforce. The white guys are qualified. The black people are diversity hires.
I watched what he said, and it made, like, he explained it to, he was at colleges, and someone was like,
we said it on his show.
It was like, I'm a pilot. Are you worried, Charlie? Like, if I'm a pilot, is that going to worry you? And Charlie broke down what he had said to the guy, and I was like, oh, I can find the clip if you want.
Yeah,
I posted it in my Discord.
We can deviate from what I wanted to do, but yeah, I want to.
Oh no!
I want to play this real quick. Again,
all right, do it.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children, and whether you are black or you are white, no matter what.
Now, also, this is chopped up, so I don't know what he said in between.
I'm not raising black children. I'm raising children, and whether
you see what I'm saying, like. Yeah. He could have said anything in there.
You are black or you are white, no matter what race that you are,
it could have been fucking ultra racist and it got cut out, or it could have been like ultra woke and it got cut out.
Certain things about being a man and being a good man when it comes to character and integrity and safeguarding the helpless and sticking up for those who need it and being a good man of reputation. None of that has to do with skin color. Everything has to do with the character of the man. Probably not an answer that some people would say is important, but that's where the world has gone, where we think that the most important thing about us is our skin color or our gender or our political affiliation or all these different identity politics or the identities that we put on each other.
Now, again, if I'm looking at this from a standpoint of how the way I see the world, this is accurate. If I'm talking about primarily the right, they do put a label on everything. They do boil everything down to some like yard sign, bumper sticker way of solving everything. You know, we need more Christianity. What? We need more men in the homes. Okay, well, how? He's going to make men go in homes? Like, what is, these are just buzz phrases to trigger people, right? They're not solutions.
Those are buzz phrases, right.
And so he's using buzz phrases that are often used for bad purposes. But if he exists in that, like, bubble, that's the language. And he very well may be using that language to speak against it. I can't judge. This is the hardest part of trying to be neutral, to check your own biases. Tony Robbins actually helped me a long time ago. When people wouldn't show up for like a business meeting, I would like get angry.
Yeah.
Because I would assume they're just not showing up because they don't respect me or whatever.
Right.
One of the biggest things I learned from all those Tony Robbins tapes was asking myself right after I get angry, are there any other possible reasons they're not here? Well, sure there are. They could have had a car accident. They could have had an emergency. And then I start to feel like an asshole for being like, the only reason they're not here is they don't fucking give a shit about me. But they could have gotten a car accident on the way there, and I'm the fucking asshole. Right?
Right.
So before you assume you know what's going on, ask, what else could it be? This is my rule too. If Donald Trump isn't dumb, what's he trying to do? If Elon's not dumb, what's he trying to do? If Biden's not dumb, what's he trying to do with the fucking, I'm really mad at Netanyahu, here's some more money guy? Like, what is the reason for what they're saying if it's not just they're dumb? And I can't know this guy's reasons.
Sure.
But I can know Charlie Kirk's reasons because he does them every day. So did you have that clip?
About seeing a black pilot, right? Prior Air Force vet, worked in airframe my 7 years while I was in before I was medically retired.
Now, do you have the original clip?
I was looking through my Discord, but I fucking post so many videos in my general.
Just Google or just.
This is it though.
No.
This is him explaining it. It just doesn't.
Right, but I need the original. I mean, we need to know what he actually said to know if he explained what he actually said.
Yeah, So while you were talking,
Do you have it?
This is the explanation. Like
No. I get this is the explanation.
Yeah.
He's explaining what?
He said.
He said something before. Do you have the thing that he said before?
Oh, the original one that everyone flipped out about?
Correct.
No.
Well, I need that.
No, I only have the explanation.
Well, can you get the original one?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Because
what
if he explained something but it's not what he said?
Oh, so we need the original.
Yeah, we need to know what he said. Instead, we just trust him on his explanation.
Okay.
I mean, I'm willing to say
Was it an art? Was it a?
It was his own. I mean, Majority Report did it.
Okay. Oh, Majority Report did
no,
it? Okay.
it was one of his shows.
Okay, got you. Okay.
I could probably find it real quick too.
I got you. I'm on it, coach. Charlie Kirk worries when the black pilot's on his plane. Got it.
Got it.
Wait. Let me make sure this is the original. Again, I don't need a third person hanging out on the side of the frame. I want to make sure this is the original. 1 second. I have to skip an ad. Nope, this is an original. Okay. Looks like he was on a show called...
It's his own show.
Oh, that's his show? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thought Crime, is that his name? That's the name of the podcast, Thought Crime. With Charlie Kirk and Jack Posobiec.
Oh, Posobiec! QAnon maniac. Pizzagate guy. Oh, I always get my news from Pizzagate sources. Oh my God, it never ends. Charlie Kirk, diversity pilots.
I just think it was if this is
okay. Here we go. Ready?
Because his explanation.
Let's look at something completely different now.
Okay, here's.
Okay.
I got it. Ready?
This clip was sent back on
That's what I had
DEI program.
Okay, yeah, I got it. We got it.
Wing that when he's quest to it and
so hard because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits.
But this isn't the original though.
No, this is the original.
Well, no, this is Pac-Man.
Yeah, but I don't know where on the podcast it is.
Okay.
I mean, he's showing the words they're saying.
Okay.
Storm, and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off, and I feel better now.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm gonna be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have.
That's not an immediate. No, you wouldn't. That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality. It actually sounds like.
Hold on, I think there might be.
So now, okay. care about Pac-Man saying.
No, I don't either.
So now let's hear his explanation because he explains what he said.
So your example
I started
aside,
at 49.
You immediately assume when you see a macro trend.
This is a clip of what he's talking about. That's why I started it at 49 seconds for you.
Well, I want to hear what he frames this.
So your example aside, you
a snippet from what
later
we're going to be listening
to.
No,
I get it. I get it.
You immediately assume when you see a macro trend that affirmative action and DEI means we're going to elevate race above competency. And I think every single person in this audience.
Okay, I see. The thing is, I already know all these arguments, so it's like
if you go into
it's
a
so
surgery,
funny to have
and all
the
of a sudden your
patience
doctor
to go
comes
through
and he says, "Hey, I was hired because of DEI. I really don't know what I'm doing. You're about to go under. We're about to operate on your kidney." It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
No, wait, pause. No, that's not what he's saying.
Why?
Like, I hope he's Ponder Monkey's joking because that's not what he's conveying.
Well, okay, wait a minute. I mean, instead of debating this, I'll wait till he says it in the thing.
So your example aside, you immediately assume when you see a macro trend that affirmative action and DEI means we're going to elevate race above competency. And I think every single person in this audience, if you go into a surgery and all of a sudden your doctor comes and he says, "Hey, I was hired because of DEI. I really don't know what I'm doing. You're about to go under. We're about to operate on your kidney." It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You're not going to say diversity is our strength.
What's up?
I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Feeling good. Today, guys, we're back again with a new video.
49 seconds. I don't care what this guy's saying. I don't
care
what this guy's saying. I don't care what this guy's saying.
Worked in airframe my 7 years while I was in before I was medically retired. So I fixed them for a while. I become a pilot.
That's you.
Let's say I'm your pilot. You see me. I want to know your reaction to seeing me as your pilot. Yeah. Do you immediately think like, "Oh, I'm glad I see him," or something else?
What did I say?
Here's the thing. Why
Ready?
wait?
I love this.
Why doesn't Charlie Kirk just say what he said?
Because of the same reason you always ask people to make them say it. For the same reason you always ask people to make them say it.
That's fair.
Remember correctly, you said you see I believe you see a black pilot at this time. You're wondering, hey, is this the right guy? This, that, the other. My question is,
you're close. All right, let me tell you exactly what I said.
Sure,
okay,
thank you.
So this.
All right, so he did test to make sure he knew what he said instead of just saying this is what I said. Guy passed the test. Agreed.
This was in response, first and foremost, to United Airlines, saying that half of all their new pilots that they're going to hire are going to be women or people of color.
Do we have the statement? See, this is how hard it is to deal with propaganda.
Well, the problem with not pulling up the podcast and just pulling up Pac-Man snippet was
we don't have all that other stuff.
Talking right before it, it cuts in on his.
Does he give the statement by the airlines?
I was pulling up the podcast
and what it said,
one. I just don't know if it has timestamps.
Well, maybe
it's not behind a paywall.
Does it have Control F?
I swear, if it's behind a paywall, it's the most Charlie Kirk fucking thing to do. Dark crime.
Currently, they're 15%. Okay. So they want to go from 15% to 50%.
Mm-hmm. Let's just assume it's true. Okay.
Okay.
Let's just give him the most charitability.
I don't know where his podcast is.
Right. Let's just give him the most charitability and assume it's true.
Okay.
That they're at 15% now. Right. So 85% white. Right. And 15% non-white male. Right. 85% of pilots are white men. 15% are all everything else, right? And if we change that number and they want to have it better represent the people that are available for the jobs and it not be so dominated by white people that they might be missing something. Because if 85% of pilots are white men and white men make up, 20% of society, max, then why the discrepancy that 20% has 85% of those jobs? So it's probably something they notice in their hiring practice, and they want to address it. And they think the best way to address
That's fair.
They think the best way to address it is some bullshit number to appease shareholders and the public.
That's fair, too.
It's not about I want black people. It's about I want to do whatever my shareholders buy the stock for.
So then I think you're going to like this next part then.
Okay.
A conversation then ensued about how every time affirmative action is employed, standards have to be lowered. There's not.
Based on what? What is the premise of that statement? If 85% of pilots are white men and only 15% are non-white men, and if that number changes to try to have more equal hiring practices, that means we're lowering the standards by hiring more non-white men.
I don't think that's what he's saying.
Well, then you explain what he means if it's not that.
I think now he's talking about how they had to lower standards to get more pilots in faster.
Well, he didn't say that. He said based on affirmative action. He didn't say if they hired all white pilots, there'd be a problem. He said when they want to diversify from white men, we have to lower standards. I would tell you, if you're only hiring white men, you've probably lowered the standards to hire only white men. You would have to make the assumption white men are superior to believe that hiring almost exclusively white men is the most qualified position. The only way for that to be assumed is that non-white men are less qualified than white men. If he said rapid hiring for profitability is a problem, if he said deregulation is why the door fell off, that would be great. But he said diversity is why the door fell off.
Because his baseline is that standards of quality have been lowered
based on
to get more people in faster.
No, based on hiring a more diverse workforce.
Which does more harm than good.
Hiring diverse people does more harm than good. That's what he's saying. Not because of the rapid hiring.
Not because of
it's not because of
based on the lowering of standards.
And why are
to meet DEI specifications?
Right. So if you hire minority people,
you're making it about a I don't think he is because he was saying
go ahead. How
standards had to be lowered? You were just saying
and how
based on what?
Based
but
on,
I don't think it's based on race.
You just said it's based on DEI. DEI is diversifying the makeup of the workforce.
Right.
And if you diversify from the white people, if your goal is to hire less white people because you're exclusively hiring white people, then that means not hiring white people is what? Lowering the standard.
No, but you're framing it like that, though, because I do not think that that's what he's saying, though.
Okay, let's go back.
Okay. Well, let's continue to listen. How about that? Because we're going to sit here
stagnantly. Black pilot at this time. You're wondering, hey, is this the right guy? This, that, the other. My question is,
you're close. All right, let me tell you exactly what I said.
Sure,
okay.
Thank you.
So this was in response, first and foremost, to United Airlines, saying that half of all their new pilots that they're going to hire are going to be women or people of color.
What percentage of our population? What percentage of our population are women and people of color?
I'm never going to get you to get to the right dot. You skipped the dot and you started drawing a line to the other spot if you don't sit here and actually watch.
Okay.
My question is,
you're close. All right, let me tell you exactly what I said.
Sure,
okay.
Thank you.
So this was in response, first and foremost, to United Airlines, saying that half of all their new pilots that they're going to hire are going to be women or people of color. Currently, they're 15%.
Okay.
So they want to go from 15% to 50%. A conversation then ensued about how every time affirmative action is employed, standards have to be lowered. There's not a single instance where that does not occur. So then I said, boy, if I see a black pilot, I'm now going to wonder, is that individual qualified, or are they selected because of their race? But that's not who I am, but this makes me think this way. And I stand completely by that statement.
And he said that.
All right, so explain to me what he just said.
Exactly what he said.
What did he just say?
He's saying if the 15% is the natural application process of pilots getting in, it's a problem if we're going to skew that number up to 50%, and there isn't one instance where we've employed DEI and we haven't had to lower standards to get more people to meet this hold on, let me finish, to meet this unnatural percentage that is not reflected in the market of applicants nor people getting the qualifications for the profession. So if you're going to inflate this number to 15 to 50% artificially, you're going to lower standards to get more people in faster. That's not good. It has nothing to do with whites better, blacks not. That's you putting that framework on what he's saying. It's not what he's saying, though. Okay. He's saying they lower standards to get to this unrealistic number, which, again, they could just be saying it for shareholders. I agree with you. They could be doing it to save face. I agree with you. They could be doing it for political reasons, whatever. Stocks go up, people make money, things happen. I get it. There's a process. But I'm just saying, to get from 15% to 50%, and they have to employ DEI, and if his base is that DEI.
Wait a minute. Wait. You're missaying what he said. You're missaying what he said. No, what he said was, in future hirings, we're going to look to make that mix more 50-50. It didn't say we have to hurry up and get it to 50-50. It said, as we hire, we want to make sure our hiring practices reflect society.
I don't know if he's right because I'm too uninformed to know if he's right about the lowering of standards and how there isn't one instance, but that's such a bold claim. And the fact that, like, that's not
a bold claim that every time you have affirmative action, it makes things lower standards?
No, that they have to that they have to lower standards to get more percentages in, that you have.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I just said the same thing. I just said the same. He said.
Yeah, but you're saying it race forward, and I'm saying it number forward.
Right. There is a
difference.
He said every time affirmative action has been implemented, standards have gone down.
Which is what? Which is
affirmative action.
It has to do with
what does affirmative action mean?
It has to do with the percentages,
the mix of who they hire,
making sure
the mix of who they hire. But it doesn't say they have to hurry up and hire new people. It says as they hire new people, they want to diversify what they're hiring.
Isn't the idea, though, like equality, like make sure we have the right proportions of said people or representation of said demographic?
Let's think about that. I do think that's what the idea of affirmative action is. Okay?
So then if you have to get...
Stop. The idea of affirmative action is very simple. The reason these programs were put into place is people had biases in hiring practices. If they saw a black name on an application, they would assume they're less qualified. They would assume they're not going to work as well, right?
Yeah.
That was the idea of you implicitly assume that even if a black guy went to Harvard but has a name like Malik Shabazz, he's probably less qualified to work at your business than Bob Smith, who barely finished at fucking Oral Roberts.
But see, again, you're framing it race forward. And
no, this is what affirmative action is. I'm defining affirmative action. Affirmative action is about race. It's about saying we're having racist hiring practices because we're hiring less qualified white people and ignore. Wait, I'm telling you what affirmative action was. Like, forget what people tell you what it is now. The affirmative action laws were put in place because white people that were less qualified for jobs were being hired over more qualified black people because of the preconceived notion white people do a better job. So affirmative, like the Rooney Rule in the NFL, is the shittiest version of affirmative action almost ever created, okay? So the Rooney Rule says every team must interview at least one potential black head coach before they get a new head coach. I mean, we require you to interview a black person. That has nothing to do with anything. That is trying to say we need to do something about how white all of the fucking coaches are. Every fucking coach before the Rooney Rule was white. Every owner was white. Like, the front office was white. And they were like, maybe we're missing something about who the best people are because all the athletes are black and all the owners and all the coaches and all the management is white. Maybe we're missing something. And so to implement a strategy to kind of get management to implement new ways of avoiding this bias that white quarterbacks are better because they're smarter. The Wonderlic exam at the combine used to be like you could have a lower score as a black person because you weren't as smart. Dude, I mean, it's so ingrained in the idea of how affirmative action works.
My friend's grandmother is a black brain surgeon at Yale.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
he wasn't there. Yeah.
You're not there because
other reason other than she's highly qualified.
Exactly. So what Charlie's saying, if companies say we want to go out and seek out brain surgeons, maybe they come from HBCUs instead of only these white or these white colleges, because we're missing a lot of talent from the other schools we don't look at. So having a practice where you look at more black candidates, look at more minority areas of people that are qualified, you've now expanded the potential of you getting the best workers because you're now looking in places you didn't look before. Charlie says by going to those HBCUs, you are automatically lowering the standards to diversify the workforce.
That's why he says that there isn't not one example of them lowering standards.
He said not one example of affirmative action that didn't lower the standards. So basically he's saying if your person that you know is a black neurosurgeon and they come from somewhere where they wouldn't have been accepted before, seeing more people like your friend means they lowered the standards. Because they went to places and hired people they weren't hiring before.
Did the brain surgeon hiring say that they were going to try to get from 15 to 50%?
Yeah,
and
that's
hire more diverse, because I think
they were required to do that before.
And I think that this important example is why I don't think that it's about the person is of a race, so they must be not as good. Well, I think that's easy for.
So let's keep going.
Frame.
Let's keep going. But for us to keep going, can we build the foundation that he said? One, every time you implement affirmative action, you lessen standards. That's his assertion that we're going to accept.
Which isn't about.
I'm just saying we're going
standards to get higher percentages.
I'm just establishing. I'm not establishing the extrapolation. I'm establishing the foundation.
Okay.
The foundation is because unless we look it up for me to debunk it, I have to at least state what his position is.
Fair.
So his position is every time affirmative action is put in place, standards are lowered. Now, not why yet, but the statement is basically studies have shown every time affirmative action is implemented, standards go down. All right. He also said that the organization said from here on out, the pilots we hire, we're going to shoot to have 50% of them be non-white men. Now, it doesn't say we have to hurry up and hire pilots that I know of yet. The statement Charlie Kirk put out in this thing.
All I know is I just saw a pilot TV commercial on television last night, and I never even watched TV. And it was like, come be a fucking pilot. We're hurting.
Yeah, they're recruiting.
So they're definitely trying to get you up, dude, I've never seen pilot commercials in my fucking life, dude.
We can take the pilots are having to hurry up to do this out of the equation. Partially because every time affirmative action is used, standards go down. Now, we can justify it on the pilots, but it doesn't matter because if it is about affirmative action and diversity, you're lowering the standards. Period. That's the thing he said. Forget about whether it's pilots. Every single time you implement affirmative action, you are lowering standards. So
if that's the understanding, then it's not about race. It's about the lowering of standards to get people in the door.
And who are those people?
Again, not about race. We're talking about numbers.
How is affirmative? Wait.
Number of
affirmative action is
lowering of standards.
Affirmative action as a law is about race.
But if we were just trying to establish what he was saying, he hasn't said anything about...
Affirmative action is about race. You imagine if I said the black civil rights movement isn't about race.
Right. It's about a broader representation of different groups of people that are not highly represented.
Race and women.
So, having said that baseline,
yes,
I don't think it's fair to paint what he's saying as black people aren't as good, white people are better, because that's where you get dum-dums saying that, and they sound goofy as fuck, especially after he explains what he said.
All right, so let me keep going, but there's a core fundamental thing you're getting wrong, and that is that's why you're getting angry.
That's how I feel. There's a core fundamental thing that you're getting wrong, and it's frustrating.
I know you believe that. I know you believe that.
I feel like you're like drinking propaganda punch, and I'm like,
look up
what stop sounding uninformed on F-bombs. I love you.
What is affirmative action?
No, we know what affirmative action is.
No, we don't know what affirmative action is.
For 2 minutes. Affirmative action is having a broader representation of marginalized groups across the workforce.
Affirmative action. Can I read it to you? So at least affirmative action is defined as a set of procedures designed to eliminate unlawful discrimination among applicants, remedy the results of such prior discrimination, and prevent such discrimination in the future. And you're saying to me,
no, I agree with that.
Affirmative action is about racial and misogynistic discrimination. And you are saying when he says affirmative action, it's not about discrimination.
He's talking about the lowering of standards to get more people in. He's talking about the lower that there isn't.
Then why isn't it affirmative action?
Inflate numbers for, in this example, 15 to 50%, which is fucking outrageous.
What?
That's a huge.
Well, he didn't say from 15 to 50. Technically, that's not what he said.
Okay. Well,
he said the future hiring they want to be at 50.
They're going to shoot for 50. Okay. Now, whether that was a PR stunt for investors or not, it's that inflation, that artificial, that's not how the amount of people are applying. That's not who's getting in and becoming qualified. But we're going to try to ascertain these numbers by hiring a broader representation of people using DEI.
Right.
I don't think anywhere in that it says black people, dumb, white people, good. And I think it's unfair to Charlie Kirk and what he's trying to say to paint that as that. Because you literally just watch what he said on the podcast. He quoted himself exactly what he said.
He said affirmative action always lowers standards.
You're still trying to make it sound like a race
Did he
thing.
or did he not say? Did he or did he not say? And then I'm going to press play. Did he say every time you have affirmative action, it lowers standards?
There's not one example it doesn't.
That's what he said. Every single example of affirmative action lowers standards.
Yeah, which is
affirmative
unfair.
action. What it does is it lowers the merit, it lowers the threshold of standards, and increases things that do not matter, such as skin color and ethnic background.
Right.
So that is what I said.
Right. So affirmative action is about quality of work, not race or anything else.
Okay. So I just want, like, you see me, and
so affirmative action has nothing to do with race or protected class. Nothing.
I see you as a white individual. I think that you were selected because of your competency, not because of an affirmative action program.
All right. So let's say I apply as an African American because I am African American. I just look very white, which is legit.
Are you South African or?
No. My father's black. My mother's white.
Okay.
My father raised me, so I identify
with
how I was raised.
All stereotypes getting busted.
So my point is, I can identify as black and get hired under a DEI, let's so to speak, saying that I don't get all the proper flight hours. I'm a bomb-ass fucking pilot, all that shit. But you see me, You immediately see that I'm white. You don't. That's not cause for you to concern and be like, I wonder if this guy's got it. You see me, right?
Well, again, just going back to what I said.
Yeah.
A white individual does not have special hiring quotas or practices that are giving them an extra leg up. In fact, it's the opposite. So let me use a similar analogy at Harvard.
Okay, so I just want
to... spot on.
Right, so what you're saying is 85% of the workforce is white men. And the only reason that is because their current hiring practices are perfectly balanced to select only the most qualified. So right now they have the most qualified workforce because it's 85% white men and 15% non-white men. And anytime affirmative action is implemented, that means you want to stop your perfect hiring practices that you already have of only selecting the most qualified. And you want to lower the qualifications so that you can find less qualified people than the white men and hire them, because you don't care about money as a corporation. You care about only hiring less qualified people for your organization, because that's the way to run a business. See, we think if we stop hiring 85% white men, which is a perfect existing hiring practices with no biases, we're obviously doing it right. And we want to change that and do it wrong because people tell us to do that. Because all corporations do what they're told to do by some mysterious cabal of people that want them to hire black people.
The same reason why people were complaining, why was there no black people in the movie, in the series Shogun on Netflix that was literally about Japanese people?
Okay,
why was there no black people hired for it? It's the same reason. They're just trying to inflate numbers to appease masses. It has nothing to do with hiring competent pilots. It has to do with this fallacy of skin color. It has nothing to do with just competency. Their process of hiring pilots renders 85% of the males that are white that applied competent. That's through their vetting process, their pilot schools,
and they're changing it. You're telling me. You're literally telling me that. You're literally telling me.
Shows 85%.
You're literally. No, it's not the natural. It's not the natural. How is it the natural? Tell me how it's the natural method. How are their current hiring practices the natural method?
There's no reason to say that the airline hiring process for pilots is flawed. There's no reason to implicate that. There's no reason to say that
the corporation says we need to do it.
Okay, right.
So wait, the same people. Wait. So the corporation, for Charlie Kirk,
it has nothing to do with race. It's 85% of the people that make it through the vetting process, through the school, they happen to be white males. That's the people that make it through. That's the people that apply, go to school, and actually pass and get their wings.
Right.
And that's a huge accomplishment.
And so tell me why. So tell me why.
I don't see how all of a sudden.
It's not all of a sudden. The affirmative, dude.
If they're lowering standards, you're making it about race.
Oh my God.
He's saying it's about quality pilots.
But so it's about quality pilots, but the organization makes it about race.
Right, because of the same reason.
Right. So
everyone's making stuff about race nowadays.
So the organization that's making it about race and fucking up the hiring practices is the same organization that has the natural perfect. Wait.
Altering.
Well, if lowering standards of pilots isn't fucking up the standards,
that's not good.
That's fucking it up.
Good.
Less qualified doctors and pilots is fucking it up.
Let's just stick to pilots because we're not talking about.
Well, no, it's every form of affirmative action.
I'm just want to talk about this specific instance of.
Well, this specific instance includes every form of affirmative action.
Okay, fair, because he did use that as there hasn't been one example of affirmative action lowering standards. So let's assume that's the baseline. Okay,
so that means
I don't see how it's
while the concept of affirmative action has existed in America since the 19th century, it first appeared in its current form in President Kennedy's Executive Order 10-925 in 1961. So what you're saying, what Charlie Kirk said, is from Kennedy's execution of affirmative action to today, every time we had affirmative action, he said, So when Kennedy put it forward in 1961, before the Civil Rights Act, every fucking form of affirmative action since then has lowered the standards from before civil rights when black people had equal rights. But it's not about race, even though affirmative action is about race and discrimination. The existing hiring practices are discriminatory. So Boeing says, whoa, we're discriminating in favor of white men. And we, the people that decide about our own hiring practices, are going to change our own hiring practices because we think that's what's in our best interest. And Charlie Kirk says, no, that means you're lowering standards, and it's actually discriminatory against the white people that were getting the jobs, because everything that Boeing did was perfect before affirmative action that hired a disproportionate number of white people, which, by the way, if there's a disproportionate number of Jews in something, that means they're controlling the world. But if there's a disproportionate number of white men controlling an industry and hiring pilots, because it's not black people hiring white pilots, it's white managers and white CEOs hiring white pilots. But that is a perfect system. And the same company that has that perfect system, the natural order, they themselves want to destroy the natural order of their company and discriminate against white men to lower the standards of quality of their company to hire non-white people.
Which then you're doing a disservice to the people that you're hiring. Bingo. Continue the video. Glad you figured it out.
So in 1961, when Kennedy said, wait.
Okay.
In 1961, when Kennedy said, the contractor will take affirmative action to ensure that applicants are employed and that the employees are treated during employment without regard to their race, creed, color, or national origin. The whole purpose since 1961 of affirmative action programs was to stop the alienation of non-white people from being unfairly excluded from society. And affirmative action was put in place to reduce discriminatory practices. And we are going to ignore what affirmative action is.
Because it does a disservice to the people that it hires by lowering standards to get them there. All right, let's continue the video. Please. Glad we established that.
Well, we didn't establish that. You keep saying it. But what you're saying is,
because that's my understanding of it. You're never gonna you're skewing it.
Okay, so civil rights is affirmative action.
Okay.
Right? Civil rights is affirmative action.
I know what you're gonna do right now. You've done this before. All right, go ahead.
I mean, is civil rights affirmative action? Yes.
Now it's civil rights affirmative action. Yes.
Okay. So civil rights made America worse. Got it. We agree.
White and Asian students had to get 200 or 300 points better score on the SAT than comparable Pacific Islander, Native American, or black students. And
so SATs now change it. First of all, let's assume this is right.
No one's saying that. See, that's the problem. Then you get people.
He's talking about a minority. He's literally discussing a minority right now with test scores.
Yes.
So he's saying every time, he's not talking about test scores for pilots. Now he's talking about university scores.
Why is there an implication of inferiority if a certain percentage of people can't score well on tests? That has nothing to do with an inferiority and has a thing that just says they're not going to take tests. How is they inferior? That's one sample of one thing that has nothing to do with an implication of inferiority. That has nothing to do with it. See how automatically it's skewed? If you have that bias in your brain, Missy, and you think that the implication is because of someone of a Pacific Island can't score well on a test, so the implication is that the person's inferior, then you're never going to get to what I'm saying, which has nothing to do with it.
You're saying, I just want to make sure, I understand what you're saying. Stop. Okay. I just want to clarify and make sure I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
What you're saying is saying that somebody has lower scores from a specific region of something, right? Are you saying lowering the score for certain areas, right? Are you saying that is lowering the standards, or that's silly to say that's lowering the standards? This is why I'm just confused about what you're saying.
Say that again?
Okay, right. So Charlie Kirk is explaining that some places like Pacific Islanders, a university will accept a lower SAT score from somebody from the Pacific Island than they will from a white person in America. He's saying that they're accepting less standard of person because they're darker skin, and they're not smart enough to test higher. So by allowing a lower score, you're reducing the standard of person coming into this school. Is that what you're saying, or something else?
I don't like the adjective of smart used in that inference, because I just like to state that we're just talking about like
a score,
like a standardized testing.
Okay.
And it's based on a preconceived notion that they've been structured to take tests a certain way. And
right. So you're saying scores can differ. Scores can differ.
Because if you're right, sure.
Conditions in the schools differ the scores. So if you identify conditions, right. If you identify conditions where the education is different focused, then that test score difference shouldn't matter.
If they have a structured test set up. All right, yeah, go ahead.
I just want to, no, because I think you and I are on the same page finally.
Okay.
In this, so if your school doesn't teach towards the test, and my school only teaches towards the test, that if you, it's still based in neutrality. If they accept lower scores from your method of learning in your area compared to there's a higher standard based on the way they teach for me. So it's actually adjusted based on an outside factor other than intelligence.
Yes.
Okay, you and I agree. Does Charlie?
I felt good. I hope so.
Okay.
God, I hope so.
That's not cause for you to concern and be like, I wonder if this guy's got it.
I did all that because I already know the answer.
Right?
Oh, no, you asshole.
Just going back to what I said. Yeah. A white individual does not have special hiring quotas or practices that are giving them an extra leg up. In fact, it's the opposite. So let me use a similar analogy. At Harvard, white and Asian students.
Okay, we've left airplanes.
Had to get 200 or 300 quotas or practices that are giving them an extra leg up. In fact, it's the opposite. So let me use a similar analogy. At Harvard, white and Asian students had to get 200 or 300 points better score on the SAT than comparable Pacific Islander, Native American, or black students. And this happens across the board. This is happening in medical schools. This is happening in surgical practices. So your example aside, you immediately assume when you see a macro trend that affirmative action and DEI means we're going to elevate race above competency.
Do you know what he just said? Like, can I break down, like, term-wise what he just said?
I don't, as long as we don't lose this train.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Keep pausing it.
He said on a large scale, on a macro, micro being like an individual business, macro being like economy-wise.
Yep.
So when you see in the economy-wise a shift in the demographic of workforce, you know there's a reduction in quality.
You immediately assume when you see a macro trend that affirmative action and DEI means we're going to elevate race above competency. And I think every single person in this audience...
Affirmative action doesn't say race over competency.
But if it does...
But it doesn't.
Do you see how frustrating
it is? But it doesn't. Like if this thing that doesn't exist is real, it's bad. But nowhere did it say we have to stop hiring only white men and give less qualified jobs. It says we're doing something wrong with our current hiring and it's discriminatory and we want to change it. It's not
and
that.
In this instance, it's broken because Asian students are having to score 100 points higher than
Based on what? Based on what? Based on what? Based on what?
Students at Harvard, the example
based on using, and why did Harvard do that? You already explained it.
Yeah.
Harvard did it because there are different conditions that different people come to that are taught for different purposes that deal with different conditions in their education. And they came up with this weird, all-encompassing, and I don't know if this is real, but let's just assume again, he's telling you the truth. Then they came up with some mathematical formula to offset the adjustment for the teaching. Like you just explained it. The difference in required test scores doesn't mean a difference in quality or intelligence. He's saying it does. Like he's disagreeing with you.
That affirmative action and DEI means we're going to elevate race above competency. And I think every single person in this audience, if you go into a surgery and all of a sudden your doctor comes and he says, hey, I was hired because of DEI.
No doctor comes in and was like, hey, I'm less qualified and I was just hired.
I really don't know what I'm doing. You're about to go on.
The assumption is a black doctor comes in, I'm a DEI hire, I don't know what I'm doing. But it's not about race, right? It's not about race. It's about dumb black people knowing they're dumb if they're doctors.
We're about to operate on your kidneys. Whoa, you're not.
So your black friend is a lowering of standards.
Going to say diversity is our strength. You want the best surgeon.
Not about race.
A more important question to ask me is, Charlie, do you believe that black pilots can be qualified? Of course, any individual can be qualified. I want a hiring quota and program that only cares about qualification, not skin color.
Yeah,
and thirdly,
why is that a foreign concept? Please let him keep speaking truth. Why is that a foreign concept?
There's literally nothing I've said that has made any sense to you, is there?
No, everything you've said
right now,
sense, but it's
right
just
now,
based on the position that hiring based off of skin color matters over competency.
But he's assuming
everything you've said makes sense.
He's assuming
it wrong. You're framing it wrong.
No,
You're taking
no. You're
it.
missing a part of the equation. Right now, the overrepresentation of white people as pilots can only be based on the quality of the applicant. That is the only way we have the existing workforce we have now is through practices that did not have any racial bias.
Through.
Period. Period.
People that are applying.
Right.
They're getting through.
Right.
The ones that are actually passing, they're getting their wings. 85% of them happen to be white dudes.
Happen to be. But wait, what tells you that
that's just the natural vetting process.
How is it natural? That is the company decides. Wait, did God? Did Allah? Did Allah? Did Allah?
Based on skin color and Boeing in 2023?
No.
2022?
No.
2021?
Yes.
2019?
Yes.
You think people were discriminating against pilots back in 2018 based on them being a woman, a person, or color?
Yes. You know why I think that? Because Boeing said we're having a problem with our workforce, and we don't think it's actually representative of neutral hiring practices. So we as Boeing are going to call ourselves out for being racist in our hiring practices that are race neutral. We've realized even though we had no fucking setup, Allah didn't give us our hiring practices. We as a fallible white organization set up hiring practices that seemed to automatically favor white men. And we've realized now, fuck.
As soon as you change it based on qualification over skin color preference, the only anecdotal reference I have is I got onto a flight in Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas in 2009, and there was an Indian pilot with, I think he was a sheik or sheik, whatever, Singh, I don't know, the ones with the turbans, and I was like, that's fucking awesome. That was 2009. Now you fast forward to 2024. I see a guy with a turban as a pilot, and I'm like, I hope he's qualified based on not DEI just rushing people into pilot positions.
So by the look, you just said, right. It did change. Right. It did change. No, you're right. It did change. It did change. You're right. Right. No. It's because wait. So you see a guy in a turban in 2009 and the exact same guy in a turban in 2024.
And now
wait. I just want to wait. You can give all the explanation you want, but
yes, sir.
What you're saying is in 2009 you were fine with the guy in the turban. He probably earned his job. Now you see a guy in a turban and you figure he probably didn't earn his job. All based on based on, and it's all, and what is it based on? His look.
The lowering of standards. Wait.
So
to inflate a number from 15 to 50%.
Right. So when that person got hired before,
artificially,
right?
And that's why I keep using the word artificially.
Right. No, you're right. Listen, right.
I've been consistent the whole time.
In 2009, we had non-racist hiring practices. Everything was race neutral, and we didn't have. In 2009, we didn't have racism in our hiring. It was perfect.
I'm saying not that.
As you are, though.
I'm taking the pause and let me get one thing in, because this part I think is pivotal to my viewpoint, or at least the nonsensical rambling that I'm coming from. I think that what was it, Delta or Boeing? We'll say Boeing just for the sake of the argument. Boeing says 15 to 50% in 2023.
No. That's not what you're saying. It wrong. Can you say it right?
Okay, whatever.
No, whatever.
This year they said it.
What they said was, yes, they said every year, right? As we hire more people, we want to
hit this 50%.
Right. Now we want to go from 15 to 50. It's not saying
to me in 2009, that wasn't a thought in my head. Even if that guy was a DEI hire back in 2009, it wasn't a thought in my head.
Right.
Because
and now it is a thought in your head.
I'm worried about quality of standards of quality are being lowered. Now, just like you said, DEI then was different than what people are saying now. You made the
same thing.
Of what it was.
No.
You said what it was.
Yes,
right?
Because it's always been that. It's always been affirmative action has always been to address racism.
But you don't think the point when Harvard's having to make Asian students score higher on tests, you don't think that the DEI has gone a little skew?
So test scores should determine who gets into college, regardless of where they're from.
So you're saying
the
Asian you're good with Asian people having to score higher?
Why are
because it's DEI anyway? So the only admission would be that there's one.
Asians are a minority, right? Asians are a minority, so we have a higher standard for certain minorities and a lower standard for some. So DEI with Asians, they're a minority. Like that's a non-white diversity hire. But somehow Asians are more qualified and they're being discriminated against because of affirmative action. Okay, so I want to see if I can understand. If you hire an Asian, you're lowering the standards.
I think there's DEI fuck-ups, and I think that this would be an example.
Right, so so it's nuanced.
Having to get Asian people to score higher at Harvard is a
let me ask you this.
example of DEI firing backwards.
Let me ask you this.
Towards people.
I need to know whether it's an airline, a college, university.
Cheers, everyone, by the way. I'm having fun. I hope everyone else is
having fun, actually.
I get really passionate, but
I know, I feel the same way.
I play video games all the time, so I love this shit. This is fun for me.
Okay, so
I hope everyone else is having fun.
Good job. So here's we're so off base here. It's like I'm sorry. This is so crazy to me. No. I'm glad we did this because I wasn't going to be able to read the thing I wanted to read.
Okay.
There's a Trump interview that just happened that I think is important that I want you to read the words in one of these
Okay.
episodes.
Okay, can I do it in my Trump accent? No, I'm joking.
Yeah, absolutely. Please.
No.
I mean, no other way. So what we're doing right now is, whether it is universities, hospitals and doctors, pilots, auto manufacturing, whatever. Throughout the last 80 years in America, we have come to reckon with our racist past of separating some humans as less human than other humans. That was true in 1961, before we even had fucking the Civil Rights Amendment. So Kennedy puts forward affirmative action. And what affirmative action is literally designed to address, and this is a fundamental core difference in the way we're discussing this. So, like, this is fundamental. Affirmative action is any program that is put into place that has identified existing unfair hiring practices. Okay? Listen to what I'm saying. Affirmative action isn't a result to good hiring practices. Affirmative action is a result of existing racist hiring practices. Fundamentally, affirmative action is designed to address pro-white racism, pro-white male racism. Since 1961, people have been saying affirmative action is attacking white people who are just more qualified. So, in its inception, affirmative action is like code word for our existing practices are racist and we want to address it. Charlie Kirk is saying when a company
should be judged on your merit, not
right,
your skin
but they
color.
were being
That's
judged
all
on
he's saying.
The reason affirmative action came out is they were being judged on their skin color of white and their genitalia of man.
So So if it made sense in 1961, then why the fuck does it make sense in 2024? It doesn't. We just judge people based on how good they do, not their skin color.
So for you to be correct,
yes, sir.
Boeing Corporation, the one that cares so much about their public image, right? That they allowed planes to fall out of the fucking sky 2 years ago. Right? They really care about their diversity image by letting planes fall out of the fucking sky. Right? Right? So the reason those planes fell out of the fucking sky were because of cost cutting and profiteering. We're going to cut out security checks, and we're not going to allow the government to even look at our fucking stuff. We're going to pay to evaluate our own stuff. Right? They look at their hiring practices and they say, wow, we want to change our hiring practices, right? I believe, and this is what I think differentiates Charlie and you and I at the moment.
Okay.
What I believe is Boeing looks at their business and says, we should be doing better. There is a risk of what we're doing here. And so we're going to do risk management. We're going to implement this program. And the reason we're going to do this risk management is because our existing hiring practices look pretty fucking racist. And they say we're going to make a change because we think our practices make us look racist and we could be vulnerable to risk of civil rights lawsuits. Right? So they change their practices and they come up with some dumb corporate lingo of what they say they want to do. Right? Now, they say it year after year, but they never hit those goals. They never change the fucking numbers anything significantly, but they say year after year, we want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do this, right? And they say it because they're afraid they look racist. Charlie Kirk and you are saying they weren't racist before, and they want to change not being racist to care more about race than their business because that is what they want to do as a corporation because they're controlled by something other than a profit motive. You know, they don't mind making a profit to get planes fall out of the sky, right? That's not lowering of quality, right? And that was a training issue by corporate, not diversity. So they're going to cut costs and they're going to look around and be like, oh, fuck, not only are we falling out of the sky, but we look fucking racist. We're going to say we're going to do this. Charlie Kirk says that means they're lowering the standards. Because they make some corporate statement about diversity means lowering the fucking standards? This is like the dumbest leap, and the only way that can be true is if Boeing believes they have good hiring practices and want to abandon their good non-racist hiring practices that is best for their company so that they can do other practices that are less good for their company, all to hurt white men. Do they care about Boeing, the company? Who's the one he's advocating for? He just wants the best pilots and the best Harvard students, but he also thinks Harvard is a woke liberal indoctrination organization and nobody should go to Harvard, but also, like, what? How can all these things be true at once? They're not. But if you take them away from the context, you can justify anything. The context is affirmative action is a tool that corporations use to keep themselves out of trouble when they're already being racist. It's not, there's no racism, and they just want to do DEI because they hate white people.
I think that there's no racism, and they want to do DEI to appease shareholders and look like Disney and make everybody happy.
Well, fuck Disney, first of all. Okay, like Disney is an anti-Semitic bunch of pieces of shit.
I'm saying it's just doing I'm just saying.
Well,
in this
I mean, but the idea of saying Disney, is to make Disney a representation of left-wing policy. And that's not at all what's happening. Disney is sick of getting sued by people, and so they hire diversity, and then those diverse people want diversity represented. Like, it's so simple. You know who gets mad about people being diverse in movies? Is it black people? When a black person's in a movie, are black people like, why are black people in the movie? No, it's the quartering. It's Charlie Kirk. It's Jim Poole. It's Ben Shapiro. It's the 98% white Republican Party that is outraged when a gay person is in a movie. Gay people aren't outraged when non-gay people are in movies. This is all framing. All of it. There is no possible chance.
And I agree it's framing. And I just think if what Charlie Kirk is saying is just merely that DEI is lowering of standards, he thinks that a black pilot's fine as long as they're qualified.
How do you know they're qualified?
You know what I'm saying?
How do you know they're qualified?
I don't think that there was anything wrong with
how do you know the black
percent people being white men.
But Boeing felt there was a problem. You're literally making the leap that Boeing. You're literally making the leap that Boeing is doing this to bend to the woke authoritarian left. The only way Boeing is hurting themselves on purpose by doing diversity is
DEI does a disservice to people.
Based on
it's as simple as that. DEI, I think, does a disservice to people, and I think especially the people that are getting hired. I think it does a disservice to them because it's not saying that they're there because of the merit of how well they are.
No.
We need more representation. And then as soon as you get that skew, you get people like me that are saying, that makes sense. And people like you saying, that's racist. And it has nothing to do with fucking racism, bro.
You're literally saying.
You keep framing it. Just like you saying the framing. It's like, yeah, you're framing it as
explain to me, right? How you know that the existing makeup of of United Airlines pilots, okay?
Okay.
United Airlines says we have 85% white men and 15% not white men.
Not white men, right.
And we believe we've done something wrong. We're going to change that. But you believe that was the natural order of perfect hiring practices. But you believe that based on what? Boeing doesn't believe it. Boeing disagrees with you, and we're talking about Boeing. So if Boeing says we didn't have good hiring practices, why do you say they had proper hiring practices? That's the gap. The leap is Boeing wants to leave the practices they think are good to do something else. Boeing is the one that disagrees with you.
Can we get like 60 more seconds of Kirk?
Yeah.
I would say, why does United Airlines care so much about the color of the pilots that are flying them? Shouldn't they just want the best pilots? When you guys are flying from Vegas to Dallas or Vegas to Chicago, are you going to feel safer or more comfortable when you hit turbulence if you have a diverse pilot or if you have a cockpit of the most qualified people that are there?
So Boeing believes their cockpit is full of people that were hired under discriminatory practices. Charlie Kirk says, no, the current makeup of an overrepresentation of white men is the right thing, and anything other than that is bad. Boeing says we might be hiring less qualified pilots because we seem to only be hiring white men. Maybe we're missing something, and they look at their practices and go, oh, we are missing something. We're going to institute some sweeping dumbass strategy, right? So the premise Boeing is working with is that their existing practices are racist. Charlie Kirk is working under the premise their existing racist practices are race neutral and proper. So he disagrees with Boeing. He disagrees with Harvard. He disagrees with the hospital. The hospital is the one making the decision about their business. Charlie Kirk is the one saying everybody thinks their existing practices of an overrepresentation of white is actually just quality, and we want to get rid of it.
Be disagreeing with Harvard, and you should be. Because the having have Asian people score higher is fucked.
Why do they have it that way?
And also,
why? Just answer me why.
It's a symptom of DEI.
Explain that. You can't just say a buzzword from a yard sign. Why? What would be the reason? Give me a single reason why they would increase the score for Chinese minority people, and that be against diversity.
Because when Chinese kids are 3 years old, they're playing with abacuses. They learn how to count in a different
right. So
pattern.
maybe
they do not have Western. Hold on.
Right.
They do not have Western arithmetic instilled at them at an early age. They have a much more fluid grasp of numbers and mathematics because of the installation of these Eastern number philosophies. So they have an inherent advantage when they take tests that are based on a Western bias.
Right. So wait a second. Right. So if let's say I'm Asian, okay? Because I'm Jewish and we're just as good, right? Right. We're the good minorities. So, right. So just pretend I'm Asian, and I grew up like you just said, and you're you, and you grew up the way you did. What you're saying is, if they put us under different standards. Right? If I have to score 300 points higher for us to be equal, right, then that is an unfair playing field. But even though I had an unfair advantage growing up, we should be evaluated on the exact same score. Because if the university adjusts for my culture being different, that's racist. Which is why Chinese are an example of DEI being bad, because you looked at the conditions in which the culture is and you adjusted for it. Charlie Kirk is saying adjusting for the differences in culture is racist, and lowering quality by adjusting for circumstances. You're saying adjusting for circumstances is equal. He's telling you you're racist. Charlie Kirk is calling you racist for understanding there's a cultural difference, and you evaluate people based on that. Instead of there's a cultural difference, but we're only going to have one uniform method of standards. You disagree with Charlie Kirk. He's calling you racist. Because you can understand a Pacific Islander might have a reason to have a lower required score than somebody of a different culture. He's saying you're lowering the standards because you're letting them get in with a lower score. So basically, all white people in Harvard are a lower standard than all Asians. If Asians need 300 points higher and white people need 200 points higher, that means you're discriminating against Asians because they have to score higher than whites. Or you're discriminating against the white race because you're discriminating against Asians, but also you're discriminating against whites. But you explained why you would change it. He's saying, you're wrong, jungler. They're just black.
All right, let's keep going.
But do you understand where I'm coming from now? At least.
I understand where you're coming from. I do.
That have proven that they
I'm smoking the wrong joint.
know how to land.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Thank you. Just want to ask one more thing for that. How do you, because I saw the video, you used the Harvard perspective as well there. How do you feel about legacies in that regard? Because legacies obviously have a leg up in getting into different institutions just based on who went there before them that is close to them.
How do I feel? I think legacies are somewhat against merit, to be consistent.
I love when he does that. Something that he completely argues in favor of. When called on it, he does say it's inconsistent, but then he'll go back to advocating for it.
Yeah. So, I mean,
just want to make... And that's pause. And that is why I'm not a Charlie Kirk fan.
I fucking hate that piece of shit.
He doesn't pop up in my algorithm. I merely saw this, not this video, but it was on a YouTube short, and it was like the clips from this.
Right.
And I'm not a Charlie Kirk fan, apologist, but I did think it was interesting how, in my belief, of me being an uninformed American that looks and tries to process information as it's fed to me from people that I'm supposed to understand, have a better understanding of it than I'm thinking that what he's saying is this baseline of lowering of standards, and where my experience anecdotally of seeing an Indian pilot.
But you don't know lower standards. You just had perception of standards.
Exactly.
So that was what I was trying to say to you earlier. Is when you look at the same person in two different eras and you perceive them differently, that's not a quality. It's not the guy is more or less qualified. It's you are more racist because you're looking at the guy now and you're like, can't be qualified. But when I saw the same guy a decade and a half ago, probably qualified. You see what I'm saying? Like,
I see what you're saying. No, I see what you're saying.
This is the magic that people like Steven Crowder and Charlie Kirk do. Crowder told you to your face the Espionage Act doesn't say what it says.
But I will say, though, that the study of legacies have been done because their parents are smart. They're usually
wait. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. He did it. He's doing it right now.
Oh, okay. We were just talking about it, and he's doing it.
This goddamn motherfucker didn't even wait. Fucking asshole.
Pretty smart. And so the moving average.
Okay, so the question was, if you believe everything should be based on merit.
Not an artificial inflation of a percentage to represent a marginalized percentage at a more broader scale. Again, not race qualification.
Just based on race.
White, good, black, bad. Just based on you getting a number from 15% to 50%.
It is a stupid metric.
More people. It is a stupid metric.
Okay.
It is a stupid metric.
The idea of the number is only to say, we notice we're doing something racist, and we don't want to get sued. This is literally the only reason they do it. They believe they can attract more talent if they advertise diversity. They might get better applicants, right? So this isn't we want to change our perfect hiring practices because some elite group of cabal is convincing us to do it. He's arguing, up till now, everything shouldn't be based on color. It should only be based on merit. And the question was, what about legacies? You know what legacies like.
So legacies,
if your dad,
I know someone who went there, so they can help me get
If your dad went there,
they get to get their
you basically get a free pass, regardless of the quality of your testing scores or your grades. If your dad and your grandpa went there, you could be a fucking idiot. You get in. You could have lower quality and get in. That's literally what a legacy is.
How do I feel? I think legacies are somewhat against merit, to be consistent.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
just want to make sure you're consistent.
But I will say, though, that the study of legacies have been done because their parents are smart. They're usually actually pretty smart.
We're going to go on merit, but also because their parents are smart, you know, they're normally pretty smart, so I'm for legacies. I'm for non-merit-based entrances when it's white traditions.
But, whoa.
Dude, who are the legacies? Who are the legacies?
Raised about legacy.
Dude,
what?
The percentage of legacies skew so far white. That's the problem. There have been civil rights suits against legacies because while you're saying we need to raise these standards over here, you're also bringing people in with lower standards because their dad went there.
By the way, I'm not pro-legacy. I don't like it. Just for the record, just so we're clear, I'm laughing because I understand that what he's saying is if a graduate of said institution, you can assume that their intellectual prowess is one that somebody who has graduated that institution.
No, he's saying
if you grew up in a household with that person who graduated that institution, you would like to believe that they would have inherited some of the intelligence from that their person who instilled their moral compass and
you'd like to believe that. Based on a preconceived notion that you're going to ignore the same standards that everybody else has to go through because you've already decided. No, it is about legacy. So, but this.
I'm not a fan of it.
Now, if you understand,
I'm not defending it. I'm just saying it makes sense that he's saying. If legacy wasn't about race and it was just about if somebody went to school there and they had this,
but that's ignoring the proven number and the proven acceptance in Harvard, which is the specific example. And Charlie Kirk knows this.
And I didn't know legacy had that connotation.
Well, and so that, but this is the trick.
What legacy meant yesterday, I wouldn't have known it had a
That's the trick. He's literally taking all these things that he banks on you not being able to put together and lies to your face. Legacy people at Harvard, they're disproportionately white. And so lowering the standards for the legacy isn't based on race because it's just based on legacy, even though that legacy is only white people.
But you don't think that there's not – so the legacy privilege granted amongst other people, that's not in play or question either. We're just specifically talking about a white bias.
No. Legacy – no. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Legacy in itself allows lower standards, black, white, or other, right?
We're Asian, if their parents were Asian.
Black, white, or other.
They went to Harvard.
Black, white, or other.
They get legacy privilege.
Right, correct.
They didn't have to score as high as the other Asian kids, right?
25 years ago. Yes, correct. Yes.
Okay.
25 years ago, right? What was the makeup of the campus at that point?
Right. Okay. Right.
And then 50 years before now, what was the makeup of campus?
Right.
So it's a race neutral, just there's a lot more whites getting neutral.
But can we agree at how much 20 years does for a generation?
Yes, and this is why.
So
this is why
progress from the 90s.
Right.
And we can assume 2000 moving forward, there's a more.
We can say there's less inequality now. There's less inequality now than there was before.
I think there's less inequality now too.
And Charlie is saying
that's why when I think of the now policy.
Right. Well, but here's what Charlie's saying.
Their natural policy has alluded to 85%. I'm thinking that the 2024. United American Airlines has that progressive.
You're working under the assumption that because it's 2024 we have equality. Right. Except that would have to say that of 100 pilots that you look at, right? Out of every 100 pilots, the most qualified just happen. Like 85 out of every 100 just happen to be white men. And that's got to only be based in, like, their superior merit. It can't be, we can't have the workforce we have now based on a bad practice. That's what Charlie's saying.
I think the 85% represents a natural disposition for people that are inquisitive of that profession. I don't think it has anything to do with a race specific more than it has to do with that person's inclination is.
So, okay, we're hitting something. We're hitting something.
Some men work as nurses, right? Some men are very nurturing, right?
Why have we seen,
no gender bias.
Wait, based on what you're saying,
based on what you're saying, I just think that
based on what you're saying, okay.
Some people are interested in aviation.
I have to believe
the ones that apply and make through 85% just happen to be white dudes. I don't think that there's a superiority tagged to that.
But that's only based on your existing belief and not rooted in anything other than your existing belief.
Right.
The entire foundation is rooted on your opinion. And that's it.
Anecdotally, as
do you see how flawed that is?
In aviation.
But it's anecdotal in aviation. Yeah. If I'm like, fuck, I worked with three dumb black people. I worked with 3 dumb black people, so black people obviously are less qualified pilots.
No.
I mean, that's anecdotal.
No.
That's what anecdotal means. You can take some extrapolation of some small dumb example to back up what you think.
Reference because I can't give you a URL and a.
But that's the problem. This is where this show. This is why the show's here. This is why the show's here. You have a preconceived idea that agrees with Charlie. And instead
of the lowering of standards are bad.
Correct. But you're agreeing that affirmative action is lowering standards. Like, that's a leap you're making only based on a perception. It's not based in anything of numbers. It's only based on how Charlie Kirk forms it to you. Because if I say to you, the reason we have affirmative action is because they already believe they haven't hired the best candidates. They look at their hiring and they go, whoa, we've evaluated this. And for some reason, we're hiring white men instead of the most qualified. And when we look around, if you took my framing, right? Because you're taking Kirk's under the same amount of factual basis as I'm giving you. You just choose one over the other without just because.
If you look at the data, right?
What data? What data?
So Missy's saying, we really don't think we have data on this. Okay. So if we look at data, the United States Army, and we look at aviation, and we look at
the Army's different than a private company.
Okay, well,
I mean, the Army is totally different. Okay, fair. Okay,
so that's why I said anecdotally, my experience in the military for 6 years working in aviation was that
the military doesn't have a profit motive.
Okay, so
the military wastes money.
If there's a minor, okay, so here's my thing why I don't understand why people make it about race.
Okay.
If there's a minority of people, you're saying there's a smaller margin of those people represented across a large sample, right? If we're looking at the entire index of the U.S. population, this part makes up this part, right? So if I saw that I worked in 16% of the Army is aviation, we call it a small community.
Right.
If I worked in that 16% and I had a working view window from that 16% for 6 years, and I only saw 2 black guys, is that a misrepresentation
let me ask you.
Aviation and Army
let me ask you.
Skewed towards a white bias?
Let me ask you a question.
Could it be that there's not a lot of more black people than there is white people in general? White people make up a larger majority.
You know how we would know this? Do you know how we would know this?
Represented.
You would need to know the percentage of applicants. Without knowing the percentage of applicants of which different diverse thing, you can never know. Do you understand? You're assuming, right, that the percentage of applicants in the existing pilots, right, is a mix of mostly white men because that's who's applying. But you don't know that. The same with the military, right? I guarantee you worked with white people that were fucking morons, right?
Yeah.
Were they the most qualified? Were they the most qualified?
I was shocked that we were both working in the same job for sure.
So why were they there? Probably because they were white. So you see what I'm saying? You can extrapolate out. There weren't a lot of black people working there because they didn't want to be there. I can extrapolate out a dumbass white person is there because they're white.
Yes, I hope everybody in hindsight understands why I got so passionate about this aviation topic. I kind of worked in aviation for a while.
But here's the challenge to you. Here's the challenge to you, right? Let's say we're talking about pilots while you were there.
Yeah.
Right? Is it just as possible that black people just don't want to be pilots? Or that they're not qualified to be pilots? Or is it possible the system is set up to not put certain people in a position to become pilots? Do black people just have no interest in being pilots, you think? That's kind of dumb, right? Do women have no interest in being pilots? Or is the system funneling a certain group of people that they believe are most qualified to do a certain job? And as you narrow down who can get to that job, they've already eliminated the people that were black that wanted to be pilots. And that's why you saw so few is because it was already preconceived that they're not qualified.
I hope not.
Well, that's how it was with divers. That's how it was in Muskegee. Like, this is literally the history of our military.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
What you perceive is it might have been because you didn't see a lot of black people. It's because they weren't applying for the jobs. What I'm saying is it could be just as likely. You didn't see them because they weren't even given an opportunity to get to that job. And that's what affirmative action was designed to address, is all those places where certain people were pushed away from jobs so they could never get to the pilot job. And what United and all these dumb fuck corporations are saying is we notice we're doing that. And we don't want to get sued. And the only way we can protect against getting sued is this dumbass statement that we're going to do better and we're going to hire this thing. It's all rooted in an existing discrimination against minorities.
So can I tell you something that's funny that's relative to exactly what we're speaking about? So I had to score a 97 out of 100 on the ASVAB in order to go to my MOS school. And I asked my recruiter, I said, what jobs can I apply for? He said, you got 97. You can do all of them but one. No, he was real with me. He said you can do all of them but one. And me being the inquisitive fucking...
What's the one?
Well, what's the one job? I missed out. He goes, oh, you had to get a 98 to work PsyOps. So I wasn't smart enough for PsyOps.
That's pretty funny. I
thought you'd think that was
pretty
humorous.
I want to, that's fucking great. I want to sum up what I think we did tonight. Okay.
Okay. We can go into overtime too if you want. I'm having a blast right now.
Okay. So the framing of Charlie Kirk saying what you said, which was when I see a black guy now, I'm more worried he's less qualified. Only based on
Then before, which when I saw a black guy pilot, I was like, nice.
Right, but you see a black guy, wait, you see the same black guy with the exact same qualifications, and your personal perception is different, not based on merit, but based on some...
Now I have to wonder.
Wait.
DEI.
But DEI. Wait.
Not based on.
But you're missing They're not lowering standards. They're increasing standards with DEI. This is what the lie is. This is why it's racism. When they say we want to diversify our workforce, what they're saying is we are not hiring the best people right now. We are not getting the best workforce right now because we're using less qualified white people because our system set it up. They're literally addressing they don't have the most qualified people. Charlie is telling you no, they do have the most qualified people. Boeing is telling you, United is telling you, everybody that says we have to institute a diversity program is telling you our existing workforce is underqualified compared to what we can get. Charlie's saying, no, that all white employees, those are the best qualified. And the corporation that says we need to diversify wants to hurt the existing white employees to have less white employees, not because the white employees might have been less qualified, but because we might have overlooked more qualified people because we only look at these white people. So I'm saying the reason affirmative action was introduced in 1961 was to address they were not hiring the most qualified person based on the content of their character. They were hiring the white person.
I think it made sense then. I don't think it makes sense now.
I know you've
had enough time as a society to make progressive steps from 1994 to 2024.
Right.
And I think comparatively, the people's sense of equality and fairness based on people's ability to perform and not based on skin color, I think is what my dumb butt thinks for that companies have in 2024, and that they have to artificially change things to get numbers skewed to represent.
But you believe
people to appeal
for this to be
masses.
True. For this to be true.
Sure.
Right? For what you just said to be true.
Yes, sir.
All of the organizations that are implementing DEI programs, right? Believe they currently have the best program for the best qualified whatever it is that they do, and they want to change it. You like for you to be correct, everybody instituting DEI is doing it against what they believe is best practices. That is a crazy leap to think every corporation and every school and everything that does a diversity program is doing it to stop the good program they have now and institute something else. How would it be that 100 corporations all decide we don't want the best workforce anymore? We want diversity. What force gets 100 companies to do that?
The social class, the social pressure force.
So their jobs as CEOs are based 100% on the stock price.
Appealing.
The stock price. No, the stock price.
Based on face.
No, it's based on the stock price.
Yes.
That's it. It's only based on the stock price.
Stock price. But what influences that price?
Profit.
Now we're talking about what
Profit.
I was saying.
Profit, expenses, your P&E, your fucking your profit ratios, your earnings. It's not whether you're white or black.
Right.
Right. So the numbers dictate the stock price. And what for Charlie, for your idea to be correct, they are willing to hurt the stock price by lowering their profitability, lowering their quality, lowering the customers, because they want to hire less qualified people to make somebody else, other than the shareholders and the CEOs, happy. The CEOs don't care about their millions a year in the stock price. They want to give it away because they're woke. Woke corporations, who have a fiduciary responsibility to maximize profits for the shareholders. They're actually all violating the law. They're just woke. They think they have the best business now, and they want to hurt the best business because what? Because society says you have to? Yeah, because businesses notoriously bend to the wills of society against profiteering.
He was saying, "What? Yeah, social pressure force." That does sound like social pressure.
Right.
Every Thursday behind Arby's, next to the dumpster. Jake's gonna bring cookies.
Bring your friends. Bring your crew.
Free parking.
Social pressure forces is here. No! Get him away!
It's just a bunch of chicks with hairy armpits hitting drums.
In a world where social pressure has taken over equality.
Come on down to the social pressure force, man.
Get to the social pressure.
Carla's mom baked Rice Krispie treats. It's going to be awesome.
Oh, you wanted a safe space. Oh.
Yeah. It has to be the juxtaposition between the carefree social pressure force attendees and the hardcore social pressure force attendees. It has to be
the
like
factions.
This duality. Yeah, the people that have like punk rocket and then the people that are like super
It's not peer pressure, it's just your turn. Okay. Let me bridge this whole gap so that I think we can like wrap up on a mutual agreement.
Okay.
Because part of this argument requires me...
I'm so sorry I derailed this.
No,
episode.
It's perfect. We were just going to read a Trump article.
Okay.
For us to have this conversation, I have to leave out the parts of affirmative action that I think hurt society. Okay? Because I do believe affirmative action is fucked up, but not for the same reason. Affirmative action is saying we have a lot of poor black families in the inner city. And it's because of inequality, and we should do something about it with our tax dollars. And it's affirmative action that builds fucking basketball courts. It doesn't address the fucking problem. Affirmative action is a Band-Aid to a real fucking problem. The real problem is ingrained inequality in America. And when you say in this year, blah, 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 equality, what you're not understanding is in my lifetime, I was born before the anti-redlining and anti-steering laws were put into place in the real estate, which meant up until then, it was legal for banks to not loan money to black people in certain areas. So they literally made it so black people couldn't build any wealth. So in just my lifetime, we're saying those people that weren't allowed to build wealth are now equal. That's the dumbest thing in the world. But that's the premise that Charlie Kirk is working off of. That we're equal now. Well, no, the kitchen table you mentioned about legacies growing up at, black people were robbed of that. Just my lifetime has started to address it. And when we look at a corporation right now, every corporation does it. They don't do it because they already have equality and they have good practices. They do it to address existing racism in their system to keep themselves out of trouble. They don't have a social agenda to help minorities supplant white people and replace them. What they have is a desire for profit. That is it. That is all a fucking corporation is. Whatever they got to do to make profit and maximize that, that's what they're doing. So when anybody tells you their motivation is something other than profit,
question that.
It's bullshit.
That should be a red flag.
It's bullshit. They don't have a social agenda. Their social agenda is how can we trick society into making us money. You want to know why Target puts gay shit out? Because gay people spend money.
Yeah. No, I always said the Nutcracker. I was always like, no, that's commercial.
Somebody's going to buy it.
Issue. Like, how does that?
Charlie says that's indoctrination.
That's why I never came into this saying I'm a Charlie Kirk fan.
But it's not just Charlie. It's not just Charlie. All of Fox News claimed that a black Nutcracker was proof that the woke left was trying to take everything over. And they hate Christians. They hate Christians. Like,
which is a fallacy.
But this is, all of this, it's all a fallacy. It's all a dick.
It's bollocks, mate.
So Charlie Kirk is working off, and not just Charlie Kirk. Everybody that tells you DEI is a lowering of standards is working off a premise that racism doesn't exist and that corporations know this. They know their existing workforce is just the best workforce, and they don't want the best workforce. They want the most diverse workforce because that what would make them the most profit. If they believe they need a more diverse workforce, it's for profit. Charlie wants you to believe it's because they're controlled by the woke Jews and global elites to fucking, because they don't have free will as a corporation. They have to bow to the woke mob. You know, notorious corporations bowing to the woke mob, right? Notorious. Right? This is all nonsense. So while, yes, he defended the racist thing that he said on his show, he did it with a racist premise that the overrepresentation of whites is natural, and anything other than that a corporation wants to do is actually just to hurt white people and to help minorities at your expense.
I think if you told me 85% of pilots were white dudes in 1985, I'd say, you know what I mean? Versus today, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm understanding that
the
85% of the pilots are white today.
The airline,
that's just through the natural vetting process, and like,
and the airline disagrees with you. And the airline disagrees with you.
It's not wild.
Yeah, it just means you're wrong. Like, it's not that wild. It is wild that so many people can believe this. What's wild is somehow a corporation doesn't want to maximize profits because they hate white people.
We're just talking about American representation in pilots, right? Is United Airlines talking about their global percentages pilots?
Well, maybe. I don't even know. We don't know. We just assumed it was what he told us.
I assumed we were talking about America.
Right, we assumed that, but we don't know. We have no idea.
85% of them just because we're talking about like an American
We have no
company?
idea. We don't even know. But that's the problem. This is literally a discussion.
United Airlines, their headquarters is in America.
Yeah, but headquarters and what they're saying their stated goal is, but also it's inconsequential.
Well, terminal is based on I know how terminals work because I've landed at so many of them. So the amount of bays or lanes or taxis it's all based on what company has that amount leased and with the airport. So you see
but you're missing hubs. You got to talk hubs.
Hubs, yes. So you're missing regionally. Like, is United Airlines might have pilots in other countries, but it might be fractional relatively compared
we have no idea.
Local airline companies.
So how could we
make sense?
It does. So how can we make an assumption about what diversity means, unless we're just doing it about race?
See, now I think we've opened a whole different.
Well, it's the same thing. There's just more variables.
Missy. That was a good one, Missy. I like that. That was good because now you got me fucking thinking.
So there is nothing, we can agree that everything everything a top Forbes 100 corporation is going to do is designed to maximize profits.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the sky blue?
Right.
Fuck yeah, it is, dude.
So Charlie Kirk and the right are asserting that corporations are doing affirmative action that is antithetical to their profit margin. If they are doing affirmative action, we agree it's to maximize profits. That's it.
That I almost want to say is paradoxical because I don't.
It will always come down to maximizing profits.
I see that as a principle in every aspect of operations for any corporate endeavor.
So they're not going to say we want to reduce profits because, diversity is way more important.
Yo, if I could give you a fist bump, dude, that's a really solid point, man. That's a really solid position.
A top 100 corporation will always work in the benefit of the corporation. So if they're diversifying, it's in the benefit of the corporation.
Touche.
So why does Charlie Kirk want the government to decide what a corporation can do? If they think it's in their best interest, Charlie Kirk wants to say, no, you can't do that. Because I believe in small government, so I'm going to tell you what you can and can't do as the government. Everything is a lie, dude. It's all a lie. And that's why it's all so believable. Because one lie begets another lie, begets another lie, begets another lie, which means anything that I debunk is bullshit. Because it's dependent on these other lies, and the other lies still stand because, we're not even talking about those. So there's no penetrating this. Like, this exact same conversation, what does it come down to, dude? What does it come down to what we're talking about? What's the inherent question? Charlie Kirk says corporations are going against profitability. I'm saying that's one of the dumbest things in the world. Why is he saying they're going against profitability? What does it come down to?
What does it come down to?
Yeah.
I just think
they want to hire a more diverse workforce. They want to hire a more diverse workforce against profitability.
I think that he was saying people should be hired on.
And Boeing says we're not doing that. And the best way we can do that is to shoot for these target numbers. Because we've learned we're already being racist. We're going to change what we're doing because it's going to make us more money. And the way to do that is to hire more diverse people. Anything other than that is a lie to you. Anything else. Like 100% of what they're doing is for profitability. If they gave a fuck, they would do more for workers. Right? But they don't. This isn't about workers' rights, workers' compensation, days off, family medical leave. This is about telling a corporation that they're going against profit by lowering standards to diversify. And the company says we're going for profit by changing what we're doing. Not our standards, changing our hiring practices because it's what's best for the corporation. Charlie Kirk wants you to believe it's not what's best for the corporation. They just don't like a certain group of people that is currently overrepresented. Now they're overrepresented because they're just better. And corporations don't want the overrepresentation of those better qualified people who are of a certain type. They actually want to get rid of those certain type of people that are more qualified to hire less qualified, different types of people. The assertion is the corporation doesn't like white people because they want to hire less white people as a percentage of the people they hire. And the reason the corporation does that is because it's going to make them money. That's it. They're opening up new avenues of employees, like by going into new neighborhoods, by hiring new groups of people. It's not that they want to stop merit-based hiring if they have that.
I hope not. I hope you're right, man.
It's not a hope. Corporations are never going to do what's in our best interest. We're consumers. The only time they care about consumers is when it makes them more money. Never forget that shit.
Never. That's a good mission
Message to end on?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's fucking dope.
I'll translate for you.
Yeah, I'm too high right now.
All right, brother. Love you, dude.
All right, love you guys. Thanks for another awesome episode. You guys have a good night.
All right, peace out.
Take care.
I'm fucking exhausted. I'm I'm fucking exhausted. I didn't need a diversity program because I already hired minorities and women. If all I ever hired was white men, at some point I'd be like, that's some bad hiring practices. I regularly check in with my buddy, and he always tells me about how diverse our workforce is. Like, when you're hiring the best candidate, you'll have a diverse workforce. It's just that simple. Like, time after time after time, it shows the more diversity, the stronger the fucking organization gets. Need to make up a comprehensive explanation to DEI. By you mean who? It's just all so stupid. Somehow diversity isn't about skin color or sex. How? Somehow air and breathing aren't related. I can't square the circle of how ingrained the ideology is. That when you explain the math and you explain the desire of the corporation and you explain how it works, it still is spoken about by morons who already have an agenda that no matter what, you're spinning it because obviously corporations hate white people. I mean, the all-white corporations hate white people, which is why they do affirmative action. I mean, it always comes down to race and sex. It always, with conservatives, comes down to race and sex. No, it's about religion. Really? Traditional religion where the woman is at home and is seen and not heard, where the man runs the house and earns the money? No, it's not about race and gender. It always comes down to race and gender with them. Always. Every time. You know what doesn't come down to race or gender? Universal health care. Family Medical Leave Act. Universal pre-K. Free state universities. Still have private. I don't give a fuck. That's not about race. You know what is about race? Hating migrants, worrying about the great replacement theory, feeling that having a more diverse workforce means you're lowering standards because obviously changing standards is lowering them. Gay people are less qualified. It always comes down to fucking race and sex. I mean, that's literally all conservatism is. White male superiority. There's no other values. Zero. Every single thing they do is designed to justify how do we control women, how do we control minorities, and how do we maintain superiority even as a minority. Republicans believe if they get 35% of the votes and 65% go to other people, Republicans still should get to be in power because they're just better. The people that vote for Democrats don't know what they're doing. Only Republicans count. 98 out of every 100 federal Republicans is white. But that's only because they're the most qualified. It just happens that way. Democrats, they elect less qualified people because of, look, the diversity required by the Democrats. It always comes down to the same fucking thing. How can we as white men rule over others. How can we continue to dictate what freedoms other people get to have? Am I a self-hating Jew and a self-hating white for pointing this out? Is that the cross-examination to this? You must be a self-hating Jew. You don't support Israel. You must hate the white race. There's no other explanation. You're just falling for woke indoctrination because you don't know anything about the system we live in, right? You don't know about capitalism or fucking... It's always been the same thing. It will always be the same thing. Republicans will tell you over and over and over again. It's the Democrats that are the Nazis. It's the Democrats that are the Nazis. The Democrats are fascists. It's the Democrats that are most like Hitler. Which fully explains why all neo-Nazis vote for Joe Biden. The whole KKK, like David Duke, endorses Joe Biden. Right? Proud Boys, White Militia, 3%ers, Oath Keepers, they all support Joe Biden, right? Because they wear swastikas, so they're the Nazis. So the Nazis vote Republican because the Democrats are really the Nazis. And the Republicans aren't the Nazis that the Nazis choose to support. It's all dumb. It's all dumb. Yeah, Fuentes out there hanging out with Joe Biden, you know, the Kanye, I love Hitler, West, hanging out with Joe Biden, wearing a Joe Biden hat. You know, all the fucking groypers, and they all love Joe Biden. Because, you know, the Democrats are the real Nazis. It's just the dumbest thing in the world. It's absolutely moronic. Like, I don't know how to describe it any other way other than the dumbest shit on the planet. But, dude, they're all over it. They're all over it. Like, Democrats are the real Nazis. Where is it? Where is it? Democrats are the sheep. Where's the Hitler one? A picture of Hitler saying these are the Democrats. Yet everybody that wears that emblem in modern society votes for Republicans. So, yeah. I mean, it's fucking gross. These people are all just fucking pussies. I mean, Sleepy Joe, but also it's great that Joe Biden is, or that Trump is sleeping in the courthouse.
Close. This is just a very small portion of my interview with Democratic Congress member from the 3rd Congressional District, Tom Swazi.
He always sounds so fucking
stoned.
Like
the normal conversation that he and I are having. Like,
where's the?
And again, that's why I don't care what. It's like a political party thing. It's like can we just have normal adult conversations kind of thing? And Democratic.
Dun, 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 dun. Is that the one we were just watching?
Donald Trump today.
Sleeping. Again, you know, they have tried a number of different devices.
Where's the Jesse Waters?
A lot of it.
Oh, well. I'm hungry. I'm tired. This is also like, it's dystopian, I guess would be the best word for it. That, like, it doesn't matter how much information anybody has. Most people work under the assumption they are the expert. Wait.
Wayne? Sorry? Why are you parked all the way back here?
What's the problem?
Well, there's a spot right over there. It's really close to the door.
Rockstar's Parking is what it's called. Was there something wrong with the spot we're in currently?
Well, no, it's just a longer walk to the door.
Well, which leg did you break?
It's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, good buddy.
Well, you're goddamn right, I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your first comic of the evening.
How about, it's the Canadian geese one, right? You know, everybody's a fucking expert.
Most obnoxious predators of rural Canada's.
Townus will give you $65 a tail for picking them off.
But killing coyotes is okay. Coyotes will raid your hen house. Coyotes will attack your livestock, too. You don't see no Canada gooses stealing from nobody, good or bad.
Well, you know what Canada gooses do? Canada gooses helps the people what's being stolen from. That's what Canada gooses do.
Tell you what, if you're accusing Canada gooses of stealing, you're accusing me of stealing. I suggest you let that one marinate.
Let's get real here. Coyote decoys work on Canada gooses. But there's not a coyote on planet Earth that wants nothing to do with no Canada gooses.
Well, lions is lucky Canada gooses don't migrate to Africa. Then they'd be extinct.
The only animal in the animal kingdom that wants anything to do with Canada gooses is Canada mooses.
Well, Mike Tyson had a pretty good run of things. Do you want to know why? No Canada gooses in his weight class.
Don't you remember when that plane had to land in the river in New York because Canada gooses flew into the engine? It's because Canada gooses likely had intel there was a pedophile or two on board and took matters into their own hands. As they should.
No innocent people hurt either. You think that's a fluke? You tell me that's a fluke.
Go ahead and try telling me that's a fluke.
You try telling me that's a fluke right now.
Okay, look. No Canada gooses on the golf course means no eggs to be oiled, animal cruelty avoided.
Fucking A.
You know, when I was coming up, you'd be lucky to even have any animals. Now you got so many animals, who wants to be cruel to them must be fucking nice.
Anytime anybody's got a problem these days, it's straight to being cruel to animals. You gotta leave this world behind.
Keep it moving. I want to get some sun today, and there's...
Oh, man. Maybe that wasn't it. When it comes to it, everybody's a fucking expert. Everybody just thinks they know everything. There's nothing wrong with arguing. The problem is when new information arises, you take in said new information. It makes the existing preconceived thought process invalid. And instead of reevaluating the situation, people throw out the inconsistency that destroys their philosophy and just leave a big gaping hole. And anybody that points out the big gaping hole is attacking them, is an asshole, hates them. There is an inability to even fractionally evaluate what does this new piece of information mean to my entire foundation. Can it still work? You know, we started with that video of the dude. That's not up anymore. Where he's just saying the thing about his kids. And it's easy to perceive it one way versus another way. But if you take all the way out and be a neutral observer without any of the biases, you can't know.
if he's doing what you believe he's doing. It's impossible. With what you're given, it's impossible to know. So anybody that believes they're right, it's just confirmation bias. It's really difficult to exist in a world where all knowledge is only based on a percentage of certainty. You shouldn't believe you know something or don't know something. It's not binary. What percentage of this do I know? How certain am I that I can pull up the data to back this up? And could there be other data that refutes what I'm saying? Could I be right with available data, but with more data, I could be wrong? These are all percentages. However, people work in absolutes. Like, just to round out the whole, like, reservoir thing, what percentage of knowledge about what he said did he have? 15, 20? How do you do 4 hours of certainty with a max of 20% certainty? Unless you're either mad, ignorant, or intentional. Everything is a percentage. Everything is maths. Is it worth changing lanes to go around somebody based on the number of seconds you're going to save before you get to the exit ramp, plus the likelihood of that person, that slow vehicle also exiting and slowing you down? So even though it may only be a 5-second difference to the exit, it may make a 3-minute difference based on that 18-wheeler going through a difficult thing. It's all math. And when you act with certainty without data, and when asked for data, you just go, well, I mean, it's what I think. And that doesn't stop you in your tracks. If somebody asks me why I think something, and I'm like, I don't know, I just think that, immediately I'm going to question that belief. Because why am I holding a belief that's rooted in nothing that I understand? Unless, and Ryan knows it's good to see you, Rhea. It's good to see you, Michael, lurking, all of you. It's good to see you guys. Ryan knows I was actually thinking about you earlier because it had been so long. I was thinking I should send you a message, but I know it's not me. I know you leave. You leave and take breaks, unless it's me, and then hopefully you'll just tell me. But like, if you have self-confidence and self-awareness, and you're comfortable enough in your skin to be wrong, but at the same time being comfortable enough in your skin to not have to be right also, that you don't need to give an answer. You can be okay with giving the answer of, I really have no certainty. Like, this is what I think, but all it is a guess. Yeah, no, it wasn't the intended plan, but it happens sometimes. And I've been on one today because of all there is something inherently fucked up that when it's believed that people that share my ideology must be anti-Semitic. And as a Jew, it's fucking maddening. And I can't do anything. I can't say anything. I can't stand up. There's nothing I can fucking do other than, like, be called anti-Semitic. It's frustrating. Here's how I feel, though, right now. Here's how I feel. Well, she's actually how I feel, too, so we'll keep that one for a second.
I need you to be honest with me.
I am being honest with you, dude.
This is gonna go a lot easier if you're honest.
And I will. Yeah. I mean,
yeah. What are you on right now, man?
Cloud 9 with Cloud 9.
No, what are you on right now? You gotta be honest.
I'm on one, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Stop fucking around. What are you on right now, man?
TikTok, what? Instagram, all of them. I'm on all of them.
I'm not talking about your ads. Drugs.
Sure, if you got some. Yeah, I'm down. You got a party? Yeah,
Sir,
dude.
step out of the car.
The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
I watched this like 3 times before I got it. But once I got it, I couldn't stop laughing.
The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways. The journey is usually the part that you remember anyways.
What's the only thing better than eating?
Somebody told me yesterday that I did a lot of work to prove that most philanthropy is secular. I told them that, yeah, knowing shit takes more effort than just making shit up. But the gains are way better. All right, Lurkin, good to see you.
Eating a mandarin.
Oh, no.
What's the only thing better than eating a mandarin?
Oh, no.
What?
Say it. Give it to us.
Eating a mandarin.
What's better than eating a mandarin? Eating Amanda out.
I take it we've all heard that before.
Okay. This, look. You can tell a very telegraphed joke, but if you tell it the right way, it's still fucking funny.
I think YouTube should ban Yo Mama jokes. They're old, they're wore out, and they've been done hundreds of times, just like Yo Mama.
You know it's coming and it's still hilarious. And is this guy anti-gravity? Please tell me if this dude broke the Matrix, because I can't not see him somehow being anti-gravity.
You're in the second hand.
Did he jump off the guy? Like, I swear to God, it looks like he jumps and then jumps off the dude again.
You're in the second hand.
You see what I'm saying? How does he elevate more vertical after takeoff?
You're in the second hand. You're in the second hand. Victor Dukes just brought down the provocation center, and he just injured a player with a dunk.
Stranger.
Dude, some people are just better than other people, apparently. When you watch stuff like this, you just have to accept some people are just better than other people.
Stranger.
You to step, bump, step.
Okay, last one. This one kills me.
You to step, bump, step, bump, step, bump, step, bump, 5, 6, 7, 8. Step, bump, step, bump, step, bump. Pot of beret, kickball change, step, clap.
Yeah.
Okay.
5, 6, 7, 8.
You're right. You know what would be good is if you hitch kicked and then you kind of did that and then a barrel turn and then ha! You know?
That was good.
That would be.
That was really good. You a dancer?
No. No, not I'm just drunk.
Got him!
Vehicle right now. I'm here to fuck.
Okay, last one. Damn it. This one's awesome. So this is I think a streamer with Tourette's presenting an award.
I'm here to fuck. I'm here to swear at you for a little while. I figured it'd be funnier if I didn't tell you why. So fuck off. I have the best content fuck, the best content tits, the best tits, the best tits in the the best content organization. Yes. Love you too. So we have Energy, we have OTK, we have 100 Thieves, and Offline Fuck, Offline Tits, Offline TV. You're all sluts. I hate you. That's not a tit. My tit is OTV.
No.
These are all so good.
No, I've not had a total makeup or makeover with a blowout. I don't even know what that is. It sounds dirty. I do feminine things all the time. The other day I wore a tampon. So, checkmate.
How do you argue with it? Seriously, how do you argue with that?
No, I've not had a total makeup or makeover with a blowout. I don't even know what that is. It sounds dirty. I do feminine things all the time. The other day I wore a tampon. So, checkmate.
Come here. Okay. All right. I'll never stop because these are memes I save because I find them hilarious. Oh wait, nerd dork. We'll let him finish.
No, you're freezing. Got a lot of fur though. Ow, motherfucker! Son of a bitch got me.
Bro, what? It got you? Dude, got you implied you were trying to get away, dude. No, I didn't get you. You gave you, dude. I want some finger foods? Can I pet that down? Ow! He's so cold and starving. For attention, aren't you? Aren't you? Ow! Ow! No, he's just normal starving, dude. Fucking trailer park Jacob just bit the fuck out of me, dude. Say don't bite the hand that feeds you. But if that hand ain't feeding you, bite that shit, dog.
All right, y'all. Good stuff. I'm gonna do my very, very best to make sure I at least do Sunday services and Murder Monday. Unless something pops up, I probably won't stream the next couple days. I just want to maybe unplug for a day. And all this Israel shit. And when I say Israel shit, I mean authoritarian pricks trying to silence college kids, treating them with a lack of respect, and pushing their agenda of fucking over-policing. I hate it. I hate it. And I've done a really good job of not, like, talking about it and avoiding it because I can't do anything about it. And any bit of it that I try to cover, I'm just going to end up attacked over something. So, yeah. All right, y'all. Have a great one. Thanks for hanging out. And